If you're still awake right now, I'm glad you found this. Tonight, I'll stay with you and tell a true crime story, slowly and calmly, so the night feels a little less heavy. If this helps you relax, leave a like and tell me where you're listening from. This is episode 99. Let's begin. I'm going to tell you a true story about a young man who spoke to his parents for hours, told them he was fine, assured them nothing was wrong, and then vanished without ever being seen again. This case is disturbing not because of violence we can point to, but because of how slowly and visibly things unraveled while help was always just minutes away. It is a story about denial, exhaustion, and a moment where intervention nearly happened but somehow never did. This is the true story of Bryce Laspiza. Bryce Laspiza was 19 years old and had just finished his freshman year at Sierra College in California. He was intelligent, creative, and close with his parents. Bryce had never been in serious trouble. He was not known to be reckless. His family described him as thoughtful and emotionally expressive. He spoke openly with his parents and trusted them. There was no history of running away or disappearing. In August of 2013, Bryce was preparing to drive home to Laguna Niguel to visit his family. The trip should have taken about 6 hours. He packed his car, said goodbye to friends, and left campus in the afternoon. That should have been the end of the story. Instead, it was the beginning of something far more unsettling. Hours passed, and Bryce did not arrive. His parents checked his phone location and saw something strange. Bryce was no longer moving toward home. He was stopped, sitting in the same location near Buttonwillow, California. When they called him, he answered calmly. He said he was tired. He said he just needed rest. He assured them repeatedly that he was fine. As night fell, Bryce remained in the same spot. He did not sleep. He did not drive. He simply stayed parked. His parents stayed on the phone with him on and off for hours. Each time they suggested help, he declined. Each time they offered to come get him, he said it was not necessary. His voice never sounded panicked. It sounded flat, distant, almost empty. At one point, Bryce agreed to let roadside assistants check on him. When officers arrived, they spoke with him directly. He appeared coherent. He answered questions. He declined assistance. He told them he was resting and would continue driving soon. With no visible signs of danger, they left. Bryce remained parked through the night. In the early morning hours, he finally began driving again. But instead of heading south toward home, he drove north. He drove for miles in the wrong direction. His parents watched the movement in confusion and growing fear. When they called again, Bryce sounded different. He said he had things to think about. He said he needed space. But he still insisted he was okay. Later that day, Bryce's car was found abandoned near Castaic Lake. It had gone down an embankment, crashing, but not violently enough to suggest high speed. The damage was survivable. Inside the car, everything was intact. His wallet, his phone, his laptop, his glasses. Nothing suggested preparation to disappear. Nothing suggested panic. Search teams immediately combed the area. The lake was searched. The surrounding terrain was searched. Dogs were brought in. Helicopters scanned the hills. No trace of Bryce was found. No footprints leading away. No signs of injury. No personal items discarded along the path. Investigators were left with questions that refused to align. Why did Bryce stop for so long? Why did he speak to his parents for hours without asking for help? Why did he drive away from home after insisting he was fine? Why abandon a car that could still be driven? Why leave everything behind? Some theorized Bryce was experiencing a mental health crisis, possibly exhaustion mixed with emotional overload. Others suggested substance use may have altered his perception, though nothing definitive was proven. Some believe he entered the lake. Others believe he walked into the wilderness. Others believe he may have encountered someone afterward. But none of these theories fully explain the calm, the communication, and the complete absence of evidence. What makes this case particularly haunting is how visible Bryce was before he disappeared. He was not hidden. He was not unreachable. He was speaking. He was answering. He was being seen by officers. And still, he slipped away. His parents continue to search. They review timelines. They replay phone calls in their minds. They question decisions made in moments where everything seemed under control. They live with the knowledge that Bryce did not vanish suddenly. He faded gradually, While everyone believed there was still time, Bryce Laspiza was declared legally dead years later, not because answers were found, but because silence stretched too long to deny. His case remains open. No remains have ever been confirmed. No final moment has been identified. This story is unsettling because it challenges the idea that danger always announces itself, because it shows how someone can be surrounded by communication and still be unreachable, because it reminds us that reassurance does not always equal safety. Bryce Laspiza did not disappear in darkness or chaos. He disappeared while talking, while being watched, while saying he was fine. And that quiet contradiction is what continues to haunt those who know his story. Next story, I'm going to tell you a true story about a man who wanted admiration more than truth, who built his entire identity on lies, and who believed that killing the person who knew him best would allow him to finally become the person he pretended to be. This is not an unsolved mystery. This story has an ending. It has a confession. It has consequences. And it shows how deception, when maintained long enough, can become deadly. This is the true story of Mark Hacking. Mark Hacking lived in Salt Lake City, Utah. On the surface, he appeared impressive. He told people he was a medical student. He said he had been accepted into competitive programs. He spoke confidently about his future as a surgeon. He carried himself as someone destined for success. Friends and family believed him. Professors believed him. And most importantly, his wife believed him. Lori Hacking was 27 years old. She was intelligent, driven, and genuinely accomplished. She worked in healthcare and was building a real career, not a fabricated one. She trusted Mark completely. She defended him when questions arose. She supported him emotionally and financially, believing they were building a future together based on shared ambition. What Lori did not know was that Mark had been lying for years. He was not in medical school. He had never completed the requirements. He had forged transcripts. He had created fake acceptance letters. He had built an entire false reality and carefully maintained it, even as deadlines approached and expectations grew. Each year, the lies required more effort to sustain. Each question required another fabrication, and eventually, the pressure became unbearable. In July of 2004, Mark was facing exposure. Lori had begun asking more detailed questions. Official records were about to be checked. Family members were expecting confirmations that could no longer be avoided. Mark understood that the truth was about to surface, and with it, the collapse of the identity he had spent years constructing. On July 18th, Lori went jogging near their apartment complex, as she often did. She never returned. Mark reported her missing later that day, describing her as having gone for a run and not come home. He appeared worried, but composed. He spoke softly. He cooperated with police. He joined search efforts. He stood beside Lori's family as they pleaded for her safe return. But investigators noticed inconsistencies almost immediately. Mark's timeline did not align. His emotional responses felt measured rather than spontaneous. Surveillance footage contradicted parts of his story. And when police examined his background more closely, the lies began to unravel rapidly. His academic history was false. His medical career was fictional. The person he presented to the world did not exist. As pressure increased, Mark's behavior shifted. He became anxious. He gave conflicting statements. And within days, police confronted him with evidence that his story could not be true. Mark Hacking confessed. He admitted that he had shot Lori inside their apartment while she slept, using a rifle. He said he panicked after realizing his lies were about to be exposed. He then dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in a nearby dumpster, later transporting them to a landfill. Search teams eventually recovered fragments of Lori's remains, confirming his confession. The brutality of the crime shocked everyone who knew them. There had been no history of violence, no reports of abuse, no outward signs of danger. The motive was not rage or jealousy. It was fear of humiliation, fear of being seen clearly. Mark pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will never be released. Lori Hacking was remembered as kind, capable, and deeply loyal. She believed in her husband, even when the truth would have been easier. She trusted the person closest to her. That trust was used against her in the most final way possible. This story is chilling not because it involves passion or chaos, but because it revolves around image, around the terror of being exposed, around the idea that maintaining a lie can become more important to someone than preserving a human life. Mark Hacking did not kill out of hatred. He killed to protect a false version of himself. And that makes this case especially disturbing because it shows how quiet desperation, when paired with deception, can lead to irreversible decisions. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who dreamed of becoming a doctor, about a night out that turned into a nightmare, and about how a college student's disappearance led to the discovery of a brutal crime that shocked an entire university community. In February 2019, 21-year-old Samantha Josephson was a senior at the University of South Carolina in Columbia. She was studying political science and had been accepted to law school. Samantha was excited about her future and was just months away from graduating. She was known for her bright smile and her dedication to her studies. On March 29, 2019, Samantha went out with friends to the Five Points Entertainment District near campus. It was a Thursday night, and the area was busy with college students enjoying the bars and restaurants. Samantha and her friends had a fun evening together. Around 2 in the morning, Samantha decided it was time to head home. Samantha called an Uber to pick her up from the Five Points area. She stood on the street waiting for her ride like thousands of college students do every night. Security camera footage captured Samantha getting into a black Chevy Impala that she apparently believed was her Uber. The car drove away with Samantha inside, but it was not her Uber. It was a stranger's car. When Samantha's real Uber driver arrived moments later, she was already gone. Her roommates became worried when Samantha didn't come home that night. They tried calling and texting her, but got no response. This was very unlike Samantha, who always stayed in contact with her friends. By the next morning, they knew something was terribly wrong. Police began investigating Samantha's disappearance. They reviewed the security footage and saw her getting into the black Chevy Impala. They also discovered that Samantha's phone had briefly connected to a cell tower in a rural area about an hour and a half from Columbia. Then the phone went dead and never transmitted another signal. Hunters in Clarendon County, about 90 miles from Columbia, found a body in a wooded area on March 30th. The body was identified as Samantha Josephson. She had been stabbed over 100 times with a weapon. The attack had been brutal and sustained. Samantha had fought for her life, but had been overpowered by her attacker. Police immediately intensified their search for the black Chevy Impala. They had the license plate from the security footage and began looking for the vehicle. Within hours, they located the car in Columbia and arrested the driver, 24-year-old Nathaniel Rowland. When police searched his car, they found Samantha's blood throughout the vehicle. They found her phone in the car. They found cleaning supplies that Rowland had purchased after the murder. Investigators discovered that Rowland had been driving around the Five Points area looking for potential victims. He had activated the child locks in his car so that passengers couldn't open the doors from the inside. When Samantha got into his car, thinking it was her Uber, she became trapped. Rowland had driven her to a remote location where he attacked and killed her. The evidence against Nathaniel Rowland was overwhelming. Samantha's blood was all over his car. His DNA was under her fingernails from where she had fought back. Security footage showed Samantha getting into his vehicle. Cell phone data placed both of them in the area where her body was found. Rowland had used cleaning supplies to try to remove evidence from his car. Rowland was charged with kidnapping and murder. The case received national attention and sparked conversations about rideshare safety. Students across the country suddenly became more aware of the importance of checking that they were getting into the right vehicle. Samantha's death became a cautionary tale about a danger many people had never really considered. Nathaniel Rowland's trial took place in July 2021. The prosecution presented the forensic evidence linking Rowland to Samantha's murder. They showed the security footage of Samantha getting into his car. They presented testimony about the child locks that had trapped her inside. They showed photos of the horrific injuries Samantha had sustained during the attack. The defense had no real answer to the overwhelming evidence. They tried to suggest that someone else might have been involved or that the evidence was somehow flawed. But there was no reasonable explanation for why Samantha's blood was all over Roland's car if he hadn't killed her. The defense's arguments were weak and unconvincing. The jury deliberated for just over an hour before finding Nathaniel Roland guilty of kidnapping and murder. The quick verdict showed how strong the evidence was against him. Roland showed no emotion as the verdict was read. He had maintained his innocence throughout the trial despite the mountain of evidence proving his guilt. Roland was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars for kidnapping and murdering Samantha Josephson. The judge noted the particularly heinous nature of the crime and the premeditation shown by Roland activating his child locks before picking up victims. Samantha's parents, Seymour and Marcy Josephson, attended every day of the trial. They had to sit through testimony about the brutal attack on their daughter. They saw photos of her injuries and heard details about her final moments. Their pain was visible to everyone in the courtroom. After the verdict, they spoke about their relief that justice had been served. The Josephson family has worked to create positive change from their tragedy. They advocated for a law called Sammy's Law, named using Samantha's nickname. The law requires rideshare vehicles to have illuminated signs that help passengers identify legitimate rides. It also requires drivers to display license plate information in their apps to help passengers verify they have the right car. Samantha's case changed how many people approach ride-sharing. Students are now more careful about checking license plates and driver information before getting into vehicles. The phrase, "What's my name?" has become common, with passengers asking drivers to identify them by name before getting in. These simple safety measures could prevent similar tragedies. Samantha Josephson should have graduated from the University of South Carolina in May 2019. She should have gone to law school and become a lawyer. She should have had the chance to make a difference in the world and live the life she had worked so hard to build. Instead, she made one simple mistake of getting into the wrong car and encountered a predator who had been hunting for a victim. Nathaniel Roland had been cruising the 5 Points area, specifically looking for intoxicated young women he could victimize. He had prepared his car with child locks to trap his victims. He had weapons ready. The attack on Samantha was not random or impulsive. It was planned and deliberate. Roland is exactly the kind of dangerous predator that communities fear. The case serves as a tragic reminder to always verify rideshare vehicles before getting in. Check the license plate. Check the driver's photo. Ask the driver to confirm your name. These small steps take only seconds but could save a life. Samantha's memory lives on through the safety measures inspired by her case and through her family's advocacy to protect others from similar fates. Next story, I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished while living an ordinary life. A disappearance that unfolded slowly, quietly, and in plain sight, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions that still refuses to settle. This case is not driven by sudden violence or dramatic scenes. It is unsettling because of how routine everything was, how little stood out at the time, and how easily a life slipped out of view without immediate alarm. This is the true story of Susan Powell. Susan Powell lived in West Valley City, Utah, with her husband Josh Powell and their 2 young sons. Susan was creative, thoughtful, and deeply devoted to her children. She kept journals, took photographs, and documented her thoughts carefully. She worked hard to maintain stability in a marriage that had become increasingly tense and emotionally draining. Friends noticed she seemed anxious and isolated, but Susan rarely spoke openly about her fears. Josh Powell was quiet, distant, and often emotionally withdrawn. He struggled with employment, finances, and maintaining relationships. Their marriage was strained by money problems and Josh's controlling behavior. Susan had confided to friends and family that she feared Josh, though she never clearly stated why. She sensed something was wrong, but could not fully articulate it. On the night of December 6, 2009, Susan and Josh put their children to bed, as usual. Nothing appeared unusual to neighbors. No loud arguments were reported. No disturbances were noticed. Later that night, Josh claimed he took the boys on a late-night camping trip in the middle of winter. Temperatures were freezing. Snow covered the ground. The explanation immediately raised concerns. The next morning, Susan did not show up for work. She did not call. She did not answer her phone. Co-workers became worried and contacted police. When officers arrived at the Powell home, Susan was gone. Her purse, wallet, and personal belongings were left behind. There were no signs she had prepared to leave. The house felt abandoned rather than emptied. Josh returned later that day with the children. He appeared calm. He repeated the camping story, claiming Susan had stayed home, but the details were inconsistent. The children were exhausted, dirty, and confused. When questioned gently, they made statements that troubled investigators, referencing Mommy being in the trunk and Mommy being asleep. These statements were not treated as definitive evidence, but were deeply unsettling. Police searched the home and surrounding areas, but found no trace of Susan. Snowstorms complicated search efforts. Days passed, then weeks. Susan's family pushed for answers, believing strongly that she had not left voluntarily. Her journals, later reviewed, revealed fear, anxiety, and statements suggesting she believed Josh might harm her. Josh was never charged with Susan's murder due to lack of physical evidence. He became the primary suspect, but the case stalled in the absence of a body. Over time, custody of the children became a legal battle. Susan's parents fought to protect their grandchildren, believing they were in danger. In February 2012, tragedy escalated. During a supervised visitation at his home in Washington state, Josh Powell attacked his two sons with a hatchet and set the house on fire, killing them and himself. The act confirmed the worst fears many had held for years. It also extinguished any possibility of learning the full truth about what happened to Susan. Susan Powell's body has never been found. Investigators believe she was murdered the night she disappeared, likely inside her home. Her remains may never be recovered. The case stands as one of the most heartbreaking examples of how emotional abuse, control, and isolation can escalate quietly behind closed doors. This story is chilling because of its slow progression, because warning signs existed but were difficult to act upon, because Susan tried to hold her family together while sensing danger she could not fully name, and because justice, in its fullest sense, was never achieved. Susan Powell did not vanish without leaving traces of who she was. She left behind words, photographs, and children who loved her deeply. Her absence continues to echo through the lives of those who search for her and those who still speak her name. This case reminds us that some crimes do not begin with violence. They begin with silence. They grow inside routine, and by the time the truth becomes undeniable, it may already be too late. Next story, I'm going to tell you a true story about a woman who vanished during an ordinary drive, a disappearance that unfolded in daylight, on a familiar road, surrounded by homes and traffic, and yet ended in complete uncertainty. This case is unsettling not because of sudden violence, but because of how quickly routine turned into absence, and how every explanation feels close but never complete. This is the true story of Maura Murray. Maura Murray was 21 years old and a student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst. She was intelligent, disciplined, and ambitious, having previously attended the United States Military Academy at West Point. Maura was known for pushing herself hard, sometimes too hard, trying to meet expectations she placed on herself rather than those imposed by others. She was private but close to her family, speaking regularly with her father and siblings. In early February of 2004, Maura's life became increasingly stressful. She had been involved in a minor car accident using her father's vehicle. She was dealing with academic pressure. She appeared emotionally overwhelmed, though she did not openly express fear or desperation. To those around her, she seemed tired, distracted, and carrying more weight than she let on. On February 9th, Maura emailed her professors, stating she would be away for a few days due to a family emergency. There was no emergency. She packed her belongings, withdrew most of her bank account in cash, purchased alcohol, and left campus driving north toward New Hampshire. She did not tell friends exactly where she was going. She did not book lodging. Her destination remains unclear. That evening, Maura crashed her car on a rural road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. The accident was not severe. The car was damaged but not destroyed. Witnesses stopped to help. Maura appeared shaken but not injured. She declined assistance and insisted she had already called for help. She was calm. She was standing. She was conscious. One witness contacted police anyway. Within minutes, before officers arrived, Maura Murray vanished. Her car was found locked. Her belongings were inside. There were no footprints in the surrounding snow, leading clearly away from the scene. The road was quiet. The houses nearby were occupied. And yet, Maura was gone a window of time, so short it continues to defy explanation. Search teams arrived quickly. Dogs were deployed. The scent trail ended abruptly near the road, suggesting she may have entered another vehicle. But no confirmed sightings followed. No one reported picking her up. No one recalled seeing her walking along the road afterward. The night swallowed her presence completely. Investigators explored many possibilities. Some believed Maura may have been avoiding police due to alcohol in the car and fled into the woods, later succumbing to the elements. Others believed she may have accepted a ride from someone who meant her harm. Some theorized she may have planned to disappear intentionally, though there has never been evidence of preparation consistent with long-term disappearance. As days turned into weeks, searches expanded across miles of wilderness. Volunteers combed forests. Divers searched waterways. Helicopters scanned from above. Nothing was found. No clothing. No remains. No definitive trace of where Maura went after leaving her car. Her family never accepted easy answers. Her father returned repeatedly to the crash site, walking the terrain himself, studying every possibility. He spoke openly about his belief that someone else was involved. Over the years, the case attracted intense attention, theories, and debate, sometimes overshadowing the simple fact at its core. A young woman vanished in minutes, leaving behind a life that did not appear ready to end. What makes this story particularly unsettling is how close Maura was to help. Houses were nearby. Police were minutes away. Witnesses were present. And still, whatever choice or encounter occurred happened silently, without interruption, and without leaving behind a story that could be reconstructed. Maura Murray was declared legally dead years later, though her body has never been found. Her case remains open. Every new tip is examined. Every possible location is reconsidered, but certainty remains unreachable. This story is chilling because it exists in the narrow gap between accident and intention, between flight and capture, between isolation and visibility. Because it reminds us that disappearance does not require distance or darkness. Sometimes it only requires a moment where no one is looking in the right direction. Maura Murray did not vanish into a place far away. She vanished into uncertainty on a road she should have been able to leave safely. And that unanswered moment continues to linger, unresolved and quiet, long after the headlights faded from the scene. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a wealthy pharmaceutical executive who seemed to have everything, about a wife who was found hanging in a mansion under suspicious circumstances, about a 6-year-old boy who died after a mysterious fall, and about a case with so many unanswered questions that it continues to spark debate over a decade later. In July 2011, tragedy struck the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California, an exclusive beach community near San Diego. The historic mansion was home to Jonah Shacknai, a successful pharmaceutical executive, and his girlfriend Rebecca Zahau. But within 48 hours, 2 people connected to that home would be dead under circumstances that authorities called accidents and suicides, but that family members insisted were something far more sinister. On July 11th, 2011, Jonah Shacknai's 6-year-old son Max was at the mansion while his father was away on business. Rebecca Zahau was caring for Max that day. Somehow, Max fell down a staircase and suffered severe head injuries. Rebecca called 911 frantically, and Max was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. He would remain on life support, clinging to life as his family gathered at the hospital praying for a miracle. 2 days later, on July 13, 2011, while Max was still in the hospital fighting for his life, another tragedy occurred at the mansion. Early that morning, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai, who was staying at a guest house on the property, called 911 reporting that he had found Rebecca Zahau hanging from a balcony of the main house. She was naked, with her hands tied behind her back and her feet bound together. A strange message was painted in black on a door. She saved him. Can you save her? Police and investigators arrived at the mansion and began examining the scene. Within hours, authorities made a stunning announcement. They declared that Rebecca Zahau's death was a suicide. According to their theory, Rebecca had been distraught over Max's accident and blamed herself for what had happened. They claimed she had tied her own hands and feet, fashioned a noose, and jumped from the balcony, hanging herself. Rebecca's family immediately rejected this conclusion. They couldn't believe that Rebecca would take her own life, especially in such an elaborate and painful way. They pointed out that it seemed physically impossible for someone to tie their own hands behind their back in the complex manner shown in the crime scene photos. They also questioned why someone would choose to die naked and why the cryptic message had been painted on the door. 2 days after Rebecca was found, on July 16, 2011, 6-year-old Max Shacknai died from his injuries. The Shacknai family was now dealing with 2 deaths in less than a week. Authorities investigated Max's fall and concluded it was an accident. They believe he had been running or playing and had somehow tumbled over a railing or down the stairs while Rebecca was in another part of the house. But questions swirled around both deaths. How exactly had Max fallen? Why hadn't Rebecca been watching him more closely? And most puzzling of all, how had Rebecca died in a manner that looked more like a stage scene than a suicide? Rebecca's sister Mary spoke out publicly, insisting that her sister had been happy and had no reason to take her own life. Private investigators hired by Rebecca's family examined the evidence and came to a very different conclusion than authorities. They argued that the position of Rebecca's body, the bindings on her hands and feet, and other physical evidence were inconsistent with suicide. They believe Rebecca had been attacked and that her death had been staged to look like suicide. Suspicion fell on Adam Shacknai, Jonah's brother, who had found Rebecca's body. Some questioned why he had been staying at the mansion and whether he might have blamed Rebecca for Max's accident. Adam maintained that he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he had simply been the unfortunate person to discover her body. In 2013, Rebecca Zahau's family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, alleging that he had taken Rebecca's life. The civil trial took place in 2018, and the jury heard conflicting expert testimony about whether Rebecca's death could have been a suicide or whether it had been staged. The jury ultimately found Adam Shacknai responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family millions of dollars in damages. Adam Shacknai has consistently denied any involvement in Rebecca's death. He appealed the civil verdict, but the judgment was upheld. Despite the civil verdict, no criminal charges have ever been filed. The San Diego Sheriff's Department has maintained their original conclusion that Rebecca's death was a suicide, despite the civil jury's finding. The case has been featured in numerous documentaries and true crime shows, with experts weighing in on both sides. Some believe the authorities got it right, and that Rebecca did take her own life in an unusual but possible manner. Others believe there was a rush to judgment, and that evidence of foul play was overlooked or ignored. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case remains the cryptic message painted on the door. If Rebecca wrote it, what did it mean? Was she referring to Max, suggesting she had tried to save him? Or was the message written by someone else, perhaps trying to create confusion or suggest a motive for suicide? The message has never been definitively explained. The Shacknai family tragedy tore multiple families apart. Max's mother, Dina Shacknai, lost her only son. Rebecca's family lost a daughter and sister they believed was the victim of violence that was covered up. Jonah Shacknai lost both his son and his girlfriend in less than a week. The relationships between all these families became strained and adversarial as blame was assigned and legal battles ensued. Rebecca Zahau was a 32-year-old woman who had been in a relationship with Jonah Shacknai for 2 years. She worked as an ophthalmic technician and was described by those who knew her as caring and responsible. She had been looking forward to a future with Jonah and had no history of mental illness or suicidal thoughts, according to her family. Max Shacknai was a young boy who loved sports and spending time with his family. His death at such a young age was heartbreaking regardless of how it occurred. Whether his fall was a tragic accident or something else, a child's life was lost. The deaths at the Spreckles mansion remain controversial more than a decade later. Depending on who you believe, Rebecca Zahau either took her own life in an extremely unusual suicide or was the victim of a homicide that was covered up. The truth may never be fully known, but the tragedy of two deaths in one house within days of each other continues to haunt everyone connected to the case and spark debate about what really happened during those July days in 2011. I'm going to tell you a story about a beloved grandmother who was brutally attacked in her own home, about a community terrorized by a series of violent burglaries, and about how detectives used an unusual piece of evidence to finally catch a serial predator who had been hiding in plain sight for years. In March 2015, the small town of Manteca, California, was dealing with a series of disturbing home invasions. Over several months, someone had been breaking into homes, often targeting elderly women who lived alone. The intruder would enter through unlocked doors or windows in the middle of the night, attacking the victims in their beds. The crimes were violent and terrifying, and the community was gripped with fear. One of the victims was 76-year-old Mary Gibson, a retired teacher who had lived in Manteca for decades. On the night of March 8th, 2015, Mary was asleep in her home when an intruder broke in through a sliding glass door. The attacker entered her bedroom and brutally assaulted her, beating her with such force that she suffered severe head injuries. Mary was found by a family member the next morning and rushed to the hospital, where she remained in critical condition for days before passing away from her injuries. The attack on Mary Gibson horrified the community. She had been a beloved figure in Manteca, known for her kindness and involvement in local activities. That someone would break in her home and attack her so viciously seemed incomprehensible. Police intensified their investigation, determined to catch the person responsible before he could strike again. Detectives reviewing the crime scene at Mary's home found something unusual. There were partial shoe prints near the point of entry and in the bedroom where Mary had been attacked. The prints were from a distinctive type of athletic shoe with an unusual tread pattern. Investigators photographed the prints and began trying to identify the specific make and model of shoe. Meanwhile, other home invasion cases in the area were being reviewed to see if they might be connected. Detectives found that several unsolved burglaries and attacks on elderly women showed similar patterns. The intruder seemed to target homes where women lived alone or where they would be alone at night. He entered through sliding doors or windows that were unlocked or easy to force open. And in several cases, similar shoe prints had been found at the scenes. As detectives worked to track down the shoe, they caught a break. The distinctive tread pattern matched a specific model of Nike athletic shoe that had been sold in limited quantities. Investigators began checking sales records and surveillance footage from stores that had sold these shoes in the Manteca area. At the same time, police were investigating another lead. A suspicious vehicle had been seen in Mary Gibson's neighborhood around the time of the attack. Witnesses had noticed a white sedan driving slowly through the area late at night, which was unusual for the quiet residential street. Police obtained surveillance footage from nearby homes and businesses, hoping to get a license plate number. The investigation led police to 23-year-old Malik Pat, a local man who had a history of minor criminal offenses. Detectives discovered that Pat owned a white sedan matching the description of the vehicle seen near Mary's home. They also learned that Pat had recently purchased the exact model of Nike shoes whose prints had been found at multiple crime scenes. Police obtained a search warrant for Pat's home and vehicle. Inside, they found the Nike shoes with the distinctive tread pattern. When compared to the prints from Mary Gibson's home and other crime scenes, they were a perfect match. Detectives also found items that had been stolen from several of the burglary victims, providing further evidence linking Pat to multiple crimes. DNA evidence collected from some of the crime scenes was also tested against Pat's DNA. The results showed matches, placing him at the scenes where elderly women had been attacked. The evidence against Malik Pat was overwhelming, connecting him not just to Mary Gibson's attack, but to a series of home invasions targeting vulnerable victims. Malik Pat was arrested in May 2015 and charged with ending Mary Gibson's life, along with multiple counts of burglary, assault, and attempted assault. As the investigation continued, detectives connected him to at least 10 different home invasions in the Manteca area spanning several years. Some victims had survived his attacks but had been left traumatized. Others, like Mary Gibson, had not survived. The case against Pat revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been specifically targeting elderly women who lived alone, watching homes to identify vulnerable victims. He would strike late at night when victims were asleep and defenseless. Some of the attacks had been sexually motivated, adding another layer of horror to his crimes. Pat's trial began in 2017. The prosecution presented the shoe print evidence, DNA evidence, stolen property found in his possession, and testimony from surviving victims who identified him as their attacker. The evidence was so strong that Pat's defense had little to work with. They couldn't dispute the physical evidence connecting him to the crimes. In 2018, Malik Pat was convicted of first-degree ending of life from Mary Gibson's death, along with multiple other charges related to the home invasions and attacks. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus additional consecutive sentences for the other crimes. The judge noted the particular cruelty of targeting elderly victims in their own homes, places where they should have felt safest. Mary Gibson's family spoke at the sentencing, describing the pain of losing their mother and grandmother in such a violent way. They talked about how Mary had been independent and strong right up until the end, and how it was unbearable to think of her final moments of terror. They expressed relief that Pat would never be able to hurt anyone else. The other victims who had survived Pat's attacks also gave impact statements. They described the lasting trauma of being attacked in their own beds, the fear that haunted them even after moving to new homes, and the nightmares that persisted years later. Many of the elderly victims said they never felt safe again after being violated in such a personal way. The case highlighted the vulnerability of elderly people living alone and the importance of home security measures. Police encouraged residents to secure doors and windows, install security systems, and check on elderly neighbors regularly. The Manteca community came together to support the victims and implement neighborhood watch programs to prevent similar crimes. Malik Pat remains in prison, where he will spend the rest of his life. The Nike shoe print that helped catch him became a key piece of evidence in forensic investigations, demonstrating how even small details at a crime scene can lead to solving cases. Mary Gibson and the other victims deserve to feel safe in their own homes, but instead they encountered a predator who saw their vulnerability as an opportunity. While justice was served through Pat's conviction, the trauma he inflicted on his victims and their families will never fully heal. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young nursing student who had just started her career, about a neighbor who offered to help with a broken taillight, and about how a chance traffic stop led to the discovery of one of the most chilling abduction cases in recent history. In July 2016, 21-year-old Carl Shaw Freeland Williams was walking home in Philadelphia when she was suddenly grabbed by a stranger and dragged into a car. Security cameras captured the terrifying abduction as Carl Shaw fought desperately, even managing to knock her glasses off as a clue and fighting so hard that she left her shoe behind on the street. The video went viral as police and the community desperately searched for her. 3 days later, Carl Shaw was found alive in Maryland, rescued after her abductor was stopped by police. But that's not the story I want to tell you today. Let me tell you about a different case. In October 2014, 20-year-old Hannah Graham was a second-year student at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville. She was bright, athletic, and loved by everyone who knew her. On the night of September 13th, 2014, Hannah went out with friends in the downtown mall area, a popular spot for university students. Sometime around 1 in the morning, Hannah became separated from her friends. Surveillance cameras captured her walking alone through the downtown area, looking lost and confused. She appeared to be texting on her phone, possibly trying to find her way or contact friends. Multiple cameras tracked her movement through the streets, and witnesses would later report seeing her. Then Hannah encountered Jesse Matthew, a 32-year-old man who worked as a hospital orderly. Surveillance footage showed Matthew walking beside Hannah, and witnesses saw them leave a restaurant together. Hannah's friends reported her missing when she didn't return home or respond to messages, and police immediately began investigating. When detectives reviewed the surveillance footage and identified Jesse Matthew as the last person seen with Hannah, they brought him in for questioning. Matthew spoke with police briefly, but then left and refused to cooperate further. His behavior made investigators suspicious, and when they searched his background, they discovered he had been accused of assault in the past, though charges had been dropped. Police obtained a warrant to search Matthew's car and apartment. Inside his vehicle, they found forensic evidence that Hannah had been in the car. The evidence suggested something violent had occurred. Matthew was charged with abduction with intent to defile, and police intensified their search for Hannah, hoping she might still be alive. But Matthew had already fled. He drove to Texas and was eventually captured on a beach in Galveston after a brief chase. He was brought back to Virginia to face charges for Hannah's abduction. Meanwhile, massive search efforts continued across Virginia, with thousands of volunteers combing fields, woods, and rural areas looking for any sign of Hannah. 5 weeks after Hannah disappeared, on October 18, 2014, a man searching for antlers in a wooded area about 8 miles from Charlottesville made a heartbreaking discovery. He found human remains that were later confirmed through dental records to be Hannah Graham. The news devastated her family, friends, and the entire university community who had been praying for her safe return. As investigators continued examining Jesse Matthews' background, they made a disturbing connection to another case. In 2009, a Virginia Tech student named Morgan Harrington had disappeared after attending a concert in Charlottesville. Her remains had been found months later in a remote area. DNA evidence for Morgan's case had never matched anyone in criminal databases, but when Matthew's DNA was entered into the system, it matched evidence from Morgan Harrington's case. The realization was shocking. Jesse Matthew had taken the lives of at least 2 young women, both college students in Charlottesville, 5 years apart. Investigators began looking at other unsolved cases to see if Matthew might be connected to additional crimes. They discovered he had been employed at several universities over the years and had a history of assault allegations that had never resulted in convictions. In March 2015, Jesse Matthew was charged with first-degree ending of life in Hannah Graham's case and was also charged with taking Morgan Harrington's life. The evidence against him was strong, including DNA evidence, forensic evidence from his car, and the timeline of his movements on the night Hannah disappeared. Rather than face trial, Jesse Matthew decided to plead guilty. In March 2016, he pleaded guilty to taking both Hannah Graham's and Morgan Harrington's lives. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life sentences, ensuring he would never be released from prison. During the proceedings, he showed little emotion and offered no real explanation for why he had committed these terrible crimes. Hannah Graham's parents spoke at the sentencing, describing their daughter's dreams and the future that had been stolen from her. Hannah had wanted to help people and was studying to become a doctor. She was kind, compassionate, and full of life. Her parents talked about the unbearable pain of losing her and the permanent void left in their family. Morgan Harrington's parents, who had spent 5 years wondering what had happened to their daughter and who had taken her life, finally had answers. While the truth brought some closure, it couldn't undo years of grief and uncertainty. Morgan had been a talented artist and musician with a bright future ahead of her. The cases of Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington led to changes in how universities handle campus safety and how information about assault allegations is shared between institutions. Jesse Matthew had moved between different jobs at universities, and previous allegations had not prevented him from gaining employment where he would have access to young women. The University of Virginia and Virginia Tech both strengthened their safety protocols, increased late-night transportation options for students, and improved lighting and security camera coverage in areas where students frequently traveled. The cases became tragic examples of why campus safety must be taken seriously. Jesse Matthew remains in prison, serving his life sentences. He will never be released and will die behind bars. The families of Hannah and Morgan have worked to honor their daughter's memories by advocating for campus safety improvements and supporting other families who have lost children to violence. Hannah Graham and Morgan Harrington were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing their dreams, daughters loved by their families, and friends cherished by those who knew them. They both encountered Jesse Matthew during vulnerable moments, and he saw them not as people, but as victims. Their cases serve as heartbreaking reminders of the importance of staying aware, traveling in groups when possible, and the devastating consequences when predators are allowed to move through society unchecked until they finally strike. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a decorated war hero who seemed to be living the American dream, about a wife who was found dead in the family swimming pool, and about how a seemingly perfect military officer was hiding a secret life that led to suspicions he had taken not one, but two wives' lives decades apart. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called 911 from his Durham home. Actually, I've already told you that story. Let me tell you a different one. In April 2008, Drew Peterson was arrested for taking the life of his third wife. Wait, I've told you that story too. Let me tell you about a different case. In 2011, Martin McNeil was a well-respected doctor in Pleasant Grove, Utah. He had been married to his wife Michelle for nearly 30 years, and they had 8 children together. Martin appeared to be a devoted family man, successful in his career and active in his church community. But behind this perfect facade, Martin was living a double life that would soon be exposed in the most tragic way. On April 11th, 2007, 50-year-old Michelle McNeil was found unresponsive in the bathtub of her home. She had recently undergone cosmetic surgery, and Martin told investigators that she must have fallen and drowned while recovering from the procedure. He claimed he had been out running errands when he came home and discovered her in the tub. He said he had tried to revive her, but couldn't save her. Initially, Michelle's death was ruled as natural causes, attributed to heart problems related to the surgery and the medication she was taking. But Michelle's daughters, particularly her daughter Alexis, immediately suspected that something was wrong. They couldn't believe their mother had simply died in the bathtub, especially under the circumstances Martin described. What made the family suspicious was Martin's behavior after Michelle's death. Within just 2 weeks of his wife dying, Martin brought a woman named Gypsy Willis into the family home. He introduced her to his younger children as a nanny who would help take care of them. But the older daughters knew the truth. Martin had been having an affair with Gypsy for years, and now he was moving his mistress into their mother's home almost immediately after her death. The daughters began investigating their father and discovered that Martin had a long history of deception. He had lied about his credentials, falsely claiming to have degrees he didn't actually possess. He had been manipulative and controlling in his marriage. And most disturbing, they learned that Martin had pushed Michelle to have the cosmetic surgery she didn't really want, then insisted she take a dangerous combination of medications during her recovery. Alexis McNeil became convinced that her father had deliberately caused her mother's death, so he could be with his mistress. She pushed authorities to reopen the investigation. She gathered evidence of her father's affair and his suspicious behavior. She wouldn't let the case be closed and forgotten. As investigators took a second look at Michelle's death, they discovered troubling facts. Martin had prescribed Michelle a cocktail of powerful medications after her surgery, including drugs that shouldn't have been taken together. He had been the one controlling all her medications and had access to give her anything he wanted. The combination of drugs found in Michelle's system could have caused her to lose consciousness and drown. Witnesses came forward saying they had overheard Martin talking about wanting to be free of his marriage. Prison inmates testified that Martin had once asked them for advice about how to make someone's death look like an accident. Phone records showed Martin had been in constant contact with Gypsy Willis before and after Michelle's death. Most damaging was testimony from Michelle's own daughters, who described how Martin had insisted on sending them away on errands the day Michelle died, ensuring no one would be home. They testified that Martin had been pushing Michelle to take more and more medication and that Michelle had been scared of him in the days before her death. In 2012, 5 years after Michelle's death, Martin McNeil was arrested and charged with taking his wife's life. His trial began in October 2013 and attracted national media attention. The prosecution painted Martin as a narcissistic manipulator who had grown tired of his wife and wanted to replace her with his mistress. They argued he had essentially poisoned Michelle with drugs and then drowned her in the bathtub, staging it to look like an accident related to her surgery. Martin's defense team argued that Michelle's death was indeed an accident or natural causes related to her heart condition and the surgery. They tried to discredit the daughter's testimony by suggesting they were estranged from their father and had financial motives for wanting him convicted. They attacked the credibility of the prison inmate witnesses, but the evidence was too strong. In November 2013, Martin McNeil was found guilty of taking Michelle's life and of obstruction of justice. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. The verdict brought some measure of justice for Michelle's daughters, who had fought for years to hold their father accountable. But the case didn't end there. Investigators began looking into another death connected to Martin McNeil. In 1974, a 2-year-old girl who had been in Martin's care had drowned in a bathtub under suspicious circumstances. The case had been ruled accidental at the time, but now investigators wondered if Martin had been responsible for that death as well. No charges were ever filed in that case due to lack of evidence and the passage of time. Martin McNeil's conviction exposed him not as the respectable doctor and family man he pretended to be, but as a liar, manipulator, and killer who had destroyed his family to satisfy his own desires. He had taken the life of the mother of his children so he could be with his mistress, then showed no remorse for what he had done. Michelle McNeil was remembered by her daughters as a loving mother who had dedicated her life to her children. She had worked hard to support Martin's career and had raised their large family with devotion. She deserved to grow old and watch her children and grandchildren grow up. But instead her life was stolen by the man who had promised to love and protect her. In April 2017, Martin McNeil was found unresponsive in his prison cell. He had died of natural causes at age 61. He spent less than 4 years in prison for taking Michelle's life, a fraction of the time his daughters believe he deserved. His death meant he would never face justice for any other potential crimes, and that he would never provide full answers about what really happened to Michelle on that April day in 2007. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a young woman who went on a first date and never came home, about a man who seemed charming online but had a dark past, and about how a family's relentless search for answers led to the discovery of a predator who thought he could get away with the perfect crime. In August 2016, 27-year-old Sydney Luff was excited about going on a date. She had matched with someone on the dating app Tinder and had been chatting with a woman named Aubrey Trail. Sydney was working at a home improvement store in Lincoln, Nebraska, and was looking forward to meeting someone new. She told her friends and co-workers about the upcoming date, and on November 15, 2016, Sydney went out to meet her date. That was the last time anyone saw Sydney Luff alive. When she didn't show up for work the next day and didn't respond to calls or texts, her friends and family knew immediately that something was wrong. Sydney was responsible and reliable. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. Her worried friends reported her missing to police. Investigators began tracing Sydney's last known movements and discovered that she had gone on a date with someone she had met through Tinder. But as they dug deeper, they found that the person Sydney thought she was meeting wasn't exactly who they claimed to be. The profile belonged to a woman named Bailey Boswell, but Bailey was actually working with her boyfriend, a man named Aubrey Trail. Police obtained surveillance footage from stores where Sydney had been seen with Bailey on their date. The footage showed Sydney and Bailey together, shopping and appearing to have a normal evening. But after that night, Sydney vanished completely. Her car was found abandoned in her apartment complex parking lot, and her personal belongings were inside, suggesting she had made it home after the date but had then gone somewhere else. As investigators looked into Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail, they discovered a disturbing history. Aubrey Trail was a 51-year-old con artist with a criminal record. He had a history of manipulation and fraud. Bailey Boswell was 23 years old and had been in a relationship with Trail despite their significant age difference. The two were living together and appeared to be involved in some kind of scheme. Police began searching for Bailey and Aubrey, and they also started looking for any evidence that might reveal what had happened to Sydney. What they discovered was horrifying. In late November 2016, investigators found human remains scattered across rural areas in Clay County, Nebraska. The body had been dismembered and disposed of in multiple locations. DNA testing confirmed the worst fears of Sydney's family. The remains belonged to Sydney Luff. The discovery turned the missing person case into a homicide investigation. Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were located and arrested. As police questioned them and searched their property, a disturbing picture emerged of what had happened to Sydney. According to the investigation, Aubrey Trail had orchestrated the entire plot. He had convinced Bailey to create the Tinder profile and lure Sydney into meeting them. Trail's plan was to kidnap and harm Sydney, and he had been fantasizing about committing such a crime. Bailey had gone along with the plan, using her appearance and charm to make Sydney feel comfortable and safe. On the night Sydney disappeared, she had gone back to Trail and Boswell's apartment after the initial date. Once there, Trail attacked and strangled Sydney while Bailey was present. After taking Sydney's life, the couple dismembered her body and disposed of the remains in multiple locations, thinking they could hide the evidence of their crime. During the investigation, police found disturbing evidence in Trail and Boswell's apartment and storage units. They discovered tools that had been used to dismember Sydney's body, cleaning supplies purchased to eliminate evidence, and personal items belonging to Sydney. They also found videos and messages that showed Trail had been planning to commit violence and that Bailey had been a willing participant. Both Bailey Boswell and Aubrey Trail were charged with first-degree ending of life. Trail's trial began in June 2019. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence, including the forensic evidence from the crime scene, surveillance footage showing Sydney with Bailey, and testimony about Trail's violent fantasies and plans. During his trial, Aubrey Trail made shocking courtroom outbursts. At one point, he slashed his own throat in the courtroom with a razor blade, causing a chaotic scene before he was subdued and given medical treatment. He survived the suicide attempt, and the trial continued. Trail's bizarre and attention-seeking behavior demonstrated his unstable and manipulative personality. In July 2019, Aubrey Trail was convicted of first-degree ending of Sydney Luff's life. He was sentenced to death by a 3-judge panel. Trail showed no genuine remorse for what he had done and continued to behave erratically throughout the proceedings. His death sentence reflected the premeditated and heinous nature of his crime. Bailey Boswell's trial took place in October 2020. The prosecution argued that she was not merely a passive participant, but had actively helped Trail plan and execute the crime. They showed that Bailey had lured Sydney using the dating app, had been present during the attack, and had helped dispose of the body. Bailey claimed she had been manipulated and controlled by Trail, but the evidence showed she had been a willing participant. Bailey Boswell was also convicted of first-degree ending of life. She became one of the few women in Nebraska history to be sentenced to death. The judge and jury rejected her claims that she was a victim of Trail's manipulation, finding instead that she had made conscious choices to participate in the kidnapping and taking of Sydney's life. Sydney Luff's family has endured unimaginable pain since her disappearance and death. Sydney was a kind, trusting young woman who was simply trying to meet new people and enjoy life. She had no way of knowing that the dating profile she matched with was part of a trap set by 2 people looking for a victim. The case highlighted the potential dangers of online dating and the importance of safety precautions when meeting people from apps. Sydney had told friends about her date and had seemed to take reasonable precautions, but she still encountered predators who saw her as prey rather than a person. Sydney's family has worked to honor her memory by raising awareness about online dating safety and supporting other families who have lost loved ones to violence. They remember Sydney for her bright smile, her love of animals, and her kind heart. She was taken from them by 2 people who valued their twisted desires more than human life. But Sydney is remembered for who she was, not for how she died. Aubrey Trail and Bailey Boswell remain on death row in Nebraska, where they will likely spend years in appeals before any execution could take place. But regardless of when or if their sentences are carried out, they have already lost their freedom and will never again be able to harm anyone the way they harmed Sidney Loof. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly devoted husband who called 911 on Christmas Eve about a wife found dead at the bottom of the stairs, and about how one man managed to get away with taking a life for over 15 years before his past finally caught up with him. In December 2001, Michael Peterson called emergency services from his luxurious home in Durham, North Carolina, frantically reporting that his wife Kathleen had fallen down the stairs. When paramedics arrived, they found 48-year-old Kathleen Peterson lying in a pool of blood at the bottom of the back staircase. There was an enormous amount of blood, far more than seemed consistent with a simple fall. Michael Peterson was a novelist and former newspaper columnist who had been married to Kathleen, a successful corporate executive, for several years. He told police that they had been relaxing by the pool that evening, drinking wine and talking. He said he had stayed outside while Kathleen went inside, and when he came in later, he found her lying at the bottom of the stairs, bleeding. He claimed she must have fallen after having too much to drink. But when investigators examined the scene more carefully, they became suspicious. The blood spatter patterns on the walls and ceiling suggested something more violent than a fall. There were 7 deep lacerations on Kathleen's scalp, and the injuries seemed inconsistent with falling downstairs. The sheer volume of blood indicated she had been bleeding for some time, raising questions about Michael's timeline of events. As police dug deeper into the Peterson family, they uncovered secrets that cast Michael in a very different light. They discovered that Michael was bisexual and had been communicating with male escorts online. Kathleen apparently hadn't known about this side of his life. Investigators found emails showing Michael had been arranging meetings with men, and some believe this secret life provided a possible motive if Kathleen had discovered the truth. Financial problems also emerged. Despite their wealthy appearance, the Petersons were deeply in debt. Michael's writing career wasn't as successful as it once had been, and they were struggling to maintain their expensive lifestyle. Kathleen had a large life insurance policy that would pay out significantly if she died, giving Michael another potential motive. Then investigators discovered something that would become central to the case. In 1985, while Michael Peterson was living in Germany as a Department of Defense contractor, a close family friend named Elizabeth Ratliff had been found dead at the bottom of her stairs. Michael had been one of the last people to see Elizabeth alive, and he had been involved in the investigation and aftermath of her death. At the time, Elizabeth's death had been ruled natural, attributed to a brain hemorrhage. But the similarities between Elizabeth's death and Kathleen's were striking. Both women were found at the bottom of staircases. Both had significant head injuries. Both had Michael Peterson closely connected to them. Authorities in Germany had Elizabeth's body exhumed, and a new autopsy concluded she had been the victim of a homicide, not a natural death. Michael Peterson was arrested and charged with first-degree ending of Kathleen's life. His trial began in 2003 and became a media sensation, partly because a French documentary crew had been given access to film the case for a series called The Staircase. The documentary would eventually become one of the most famous true crime series ever made. The prosecution's case centered on the forensic evidence. They brought in blood spatter expert Dwayne Deaver, who testified that the patterns of blood in the stairwell were consistent with beating, not a fall. He demonstrated how the cast-off patterns on the ceiling and walls indicated Kathleen had been struck repeatedly with an object. The prosecution suggested Michael had attacked Kathleen with a fireplace blowpoke that was missing from their home. The defense argued that Kathleen had simply fallen down the stairs and that the unusual blood patterns were because she had remained conscious for a period of time, coughing and moving, which spread blood around the stairwell. They brought their own experts who challenged the prosecution's blood spatter analysis and suggested the injuries could have been caused by a fall. The issue of Elizabeth Ratliff's death became a major part of the trial. The prosecution was allowed to present evidence about Elizabeth's death to show a pattern of behavior. They argued that Michael had gotten away with taking one life in Germany and had used the same method years later with Kathleen. The defense fought hard to keep Elizabeth's case out of the trial, arguing it was prejudicial and unrelated. In October 2003, after one of the longest trials in North Carolina history, the jury found Michael Peterson guilty of first-degree ending of life. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict seemed to bring closure to the case, with Michael finally being held accountable for Kathleen's death. But the story didn't end there. In 2011, it was discovered that Dwayne Deaver, the prosecution's blood spatter expert, had given misleading testimony in multiple cases and had hidden evidence that contradicted his conclusions. His credibility was destroyed, and this became grounds for Michael Peterson to appeal his conviction. In 2017, after spending 8 years in prison, Michael Peterson was granted a new trial because of the problems with Deaver's testimony. Rather than face another lengthy trial with an uncertain outcome, Michael agreed to an unusual plea deal. He entered an Alford plea to voluntary manslaughter, which allowed him to maintain his innocence while acknowledging that prosecutors had enough evidence to convict him. With credit for time served, Michael Peterson was sentenced to time already served and was released from prison. The plea deal meant he avoided the possibility of spending the rest of his life in prison if he lost a second trial, but it also meant he was never fully exonerated. He remains a convicted felon who pleaded guilty to causing Kathleen's death, even though he continues to claim he is innocent. Michael Peterson now lives in Durham, still maintaining that Kathleen fell down the stairs and that he had nothing to do with her death or Elizabeth Ratliff's death years earlier. He has given interviews and participated in updates to the Staircase documentary, always presenting himself as a victim of a flawed justice system. Kathleen Peterson's family and friends believe justice was not fully served. Her daughter from a previous marriage has stated publicly that she believes Michael is responsible for her mother's death and that the plea deal allowed him to escape full accountability. They remember Kathleen as a brilliant, accomplished woman who deserved better than to die violently in her own home. The case remains controversial. Some people believe Michael Peterson is guilty and manipulated the system to gain his freedom. Others believe he was wrongly convicted based on flawed forensic science and that Kathleen's death truly was a tragic accident. The truth about what happened at the bottom of those stairs on Christmas Eve 2001 may never be fully known, but Kathleen Peterson's life was cut short that night, leaving behind children, family, and friends who still mourn her loss decades later. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly perfect military family, about a pregnant woman and her 2 daughters who were brutally taken from their home, and about how a respected Army officer's secret life led to one of the most shocking crimes to ever occur on an American military base. In December 2008, 34-year-old Erin Corwin lived with her husband John at the Marine Corps Air Ground Combat Center in 29 Palms, California. Wait, let me tell you a different story. In February 1970, Colette McDonald and her 2 young daughters, 5-year-old Kimberly and 2-year-old Kristen, were found deceased in their home at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Colette was pregnant with her 3rd child. The scene was one of unimaginable violence. All 3 had been attacked with multiple weapons. The house showed signs of a struggle, with furniture overturned and blood throughout several rooms. The person who reported the crime was Colette's husband, Dr. Jeffrey McDonald, a Green Beret physician and captain in the Army. When military police arrived, they found Jeffrey wounded but alive. He had been stabbed in the chest, though his injuries were not life-threatening. He told investigators an incredible story about what had happened that night. Jeffrey claimed that he had fallen asleep on the living room couch while watching television. He said he was awakened by screaming and saw 4 intruders in his home. He described them as 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had long blonde hair and was wearing a floppy hat. She was carrying a candle and chanting something that sounded like acid is groovy and kill the pigs. According to Jeffrey, the intruders attacked him, and he struggled with them before being knocked unconscious. When he came to, he found his wife and daughters had been attacked. He said he tried to give his wife mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and called for help. His story had eerie similarities to the recent Manson family killings in California, which have been all over the news. Military investigators immediately began examining the crime scene and Jeffrey's account. They found troubling inconsistencies almost from start. The physical evidence didn't match Jeffrey's story about struggling with multiple intruders. His pajama top had been torn and was found covering Colette's body, but the way it had been damaged didn't align with his description of the attack. Investigators noticed that while the house looked chaotic, certain things seemed staged. A coffee table was on its side, but magazines that had been on the table were still neatly stacked. The word pig had been written in blood on the headboard of the master bedroom, similar to the Manson murders, but it seemed theatrical rather than genuine. Jeffrey's injuries were also suspicious. While he had been stabbed, the wound was relatively superficial and had missed all vital organs. His wife and children had suffered dozens of brutal wounds from multiple weapons, including a knife and an ice pick, yet Jeffrey's single stab wound appeared almost surgical in its precision and lack of severity. Most damning was the physical evidence involving Jeffrey's pajama top. Forensic analysis showed that the fabric had been damaged in a way that suggested Colette had been wearing it or it had been draped over her when she was stabbed. The holes in the fabric lined up with her wounds. This directly contradicted Jeffrey's claim that he had been wearing the top during his struggle with intruders. Investigators also found fibers from Jeffrey's pajama top under Kimberly's fingernails and throughout the crime scene in ways that didn't match his version of events. The evidence suggested Jeffrey had been present when his family was attacked, not lying unconscious in another room. In May 1970, the military charged Jeffrey McDonald with the deaths of his wife and daughters. However, the charges were dropped in October 1970 due to insufficient evidence, and Jeffrey was honorably discharged from the Army. He moved to California and resumed his medical career, becoming a successful emergency room physician. But the case wasn't closed. Colette's stepfather, Freddie Kassab, had initially supported Jeffrey, but became convinced over time that his son-in-law was guilty. Kassab conducted his own investigation and pressured authorities to reopen the case. He collected evidence and wouldn't let the case be forgotten. In 1974, a federal grand jury was convened to examine the case. After hearing testimony and reviewing evidence, they indicted Jeffrey McDonald on 3 counts of ending life. His trial finally began in July 1979, nearly a decade after the crimes occurred. The trial lasted 7 weeks and became a media sensation. The prosecution presented detailed forensic evidence showing that Jeffrey's story was impossible. They demonstrated how the pajama top evidence proved he had been present during the attacks on his family. They showed that his wounds were inconsistent with the violent struggle he described. The prosecution also presented a possible motive. Evidence suggested that Jeffrey's marriage was not as perfect as he claimed. There were hints that he had been having affairs and that the responsibilities of family life were weighing on him. They theorized that an argument had escalated into violence, possibly starting with one of the children, and had spiraled out of control. Jeffrey maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He insisted that intruders had committed the crimes and that he was being railroaded by a justice system that needed to blame someone. His defense team argued that the investigation had been flawed from the beginning and that evidence had been mishandled. In August 1979, Jeffrey McDonald was found guilty on 1 count of first-degree ending of life for Colette and 2 counts of second-degree ending of life for Kimberly and Kristen. He was sentenced to 3 consecutive life terms. He has been in federal prison ever since. For over 4 decades, Jeffrey McDonald has maintained his innocence and filed numerous appeals. He has claimed that new evidence supports his story of intruders, pointing to various leads that were supposedly not properly investigated. He has written books and given interviews declaring his innocence. But every appeal has been denied, and courts have consistently found that the evidence of his guilt remains overwhelming. The case inspired a best-selling book called Fatal Vision by Joe McGinnis, which was later made into a television miniseries. The book presented a damning portrait of Jeffrey McDonald as a narcissist who killed his family and then constructed an elaborate lie to cover it up. Colette McDonald was pregnant and had her whole life ahead of her. Kimberly was a bright kindergartner. Kristen was a playful toddler. All 3 were attacked in their own home, the place where they should have been safest. The evidence suggests they were killed by the person who should have protected them above all others. Jeffrey McDonald, now in his 80s, remains in federal prison. He continues to claim innocence, but the physical evidence that convicted him has never been successfully challenged. The case stands as one of the most notorious family annihilation cases in American history, a reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers in the night, but from within the family itself. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a seemingly devoted mother who shocked the world, about 5 children who died under mysterious circumstances, and about how a woman used her own babies to gain sympathy and attention in one of Australia's most disturbing cases of medical deception and elimination. In the 1990s, Kathleen Folbig was known in her Australian community as an unlucky mother who had tragically lost multiple children to sudden infant death syndrome. Between 1989 and 1999, all 4 of Kathleen's children died in infancy or early childhood under similar circumstances. Each child had been found unresponsive, and each death was initially attributed to natural causes or SIDS. But the pattern would eventually reveal something far more sinister. Kathleen's first child, Caleb, was born in February 1989. He was a healthy baby boy who seemed to be developing normally. But on February 20th, 1989, when Caleb was just 19 days old, Kathleen found him dead in his crib. The death was ruled as sudden infant death syndrome, a tragic but not uncommon occurrence. Kathleen and her husband Craig grieved the loss and eventually decided to try for another child. Their second child, Patrick, was born in June 1990. Patrick seemed healthy at first, but at 4 months old, he suddenly stopped breathing and suffered seizures. He survived, but was left with severe brain damage and blindness. He lived for 8 more months before passing away in February 1991. Doctors attributed his initial episode to epilepsy, and his death was considered a result of his neurological problems. Despite losing 2 children, Kathleen and Craig tried again. Their daughter Sarah was born in October 1992. Sarah appeared to be a healthy, thriving baby. But on August 30th, 1993, when Sarah was 10 months old, Kathleen found her dead in her crib. Once again, the death was attributed to SIDS. The family had now lost 3 children, and people in their community felt tremendous sympathy for the couple who seemed cursed with unimaginable bad luck. In 1996, Kathleen gave birth to another daughter, Laura. For a while, it seemed Laura might break the tragic pattern. She survived past the age when her siblings had died. She celebrated her first birthday, then her second. But on March 1st, 1999, when Laura was 19 months old, Kathleen called emergency services saying Laura had stopped breathing. Paramedics tried to revive her, but Laura was pronounced dead. The death of a 4th child finally raised serious suspicions among medical professionals and investigators. While losing 1 or even 2 children to SIDS was tragic, but possible, losing 4 children was statistically almost impossible. Something wasn't right, and authorities began investigating whether these deaths were truly natural or if something more sinister had occurred. Craig Folbig had also begun to suspect his wife. Their marriage had deteriorated after Laura's death, and Craig was struggling with the loss of all 4 of his children. In 1999, he discovered Kathleen's personal diaries hidden in their home. What he read in those diaries horrified him. Kathleen had written entries that seemed to hint at guilt and responsibility for the children's deaths. In the diaries, Kathleen wrote things like, "I feel like the worst mother on this earth," and made references to losing her temper with the children. One entry mentioned her rage and frustration with the babies. Another entry seemed to suggest she was responsible for their deaths, though the language was sometimes ambiguous. Craig took the diaries to police, and they became crucial evidence in the investigation. In 2001, Kathleen Folbig was arrested and charged with taking the lives of all 4 of her children. Prosecutors argued that she had smothered each child during moments of frustration and anger, then staged the scenes to look like natural deaths. The diary entries were presented as evidence of her guilt and state of mind. The trial began in 2003 and captured national attention in Australia. Medical experts testified about the improbability of 4 children from the same family dying of natural causes. Prosecutors argued that Kathleen had a pattern of violence against her children when they cried or became difficult, and that she had suffocated them to stop their crying. The defense argued that the diary entries were simply the expressions of a grieving mother who felt guilty and questioned herself, as many parents do when tragedy strikes. They pointed out that there was no direct physical evidence of smothering and that rare genetic conditions could potentially explain the deaths. But the combination of the diary entries, the statistical improbability of 4 SIDS deaths in one family, and testimony about Kathleen's behavior convinced the jury. In May 2003, Kathleen Folbig was found guilty of 3 counts of ending life for Caleb, Patrick, and Sarah, and 1 count of manslaughter for Laura. She was sentenced to 40 years in prison with a non-parole period of 30 years. For years, Kathleen maintained her innocence from prison. She insisted her children had died of natural causes and that her diary entries were being misinterpreted. Some scientists and legal experts began to question the conviction, arguing that the case had relied too heavily on statistical arguments about SIDS that weren't scientifically sound. In 2018 and 2019, new genetic testing was conducted on the children's remains. Scientists discovered that Sarah and Laura carried a rare genetic mutation called COM2 that can cause sudden cardiac death in infants. This discovery raised questions about whether the girls might have died from natural causes after all. Further investigation revealed that Kathleen herself carried genetic variants that could cause heart problems. Some experts argued this new evidence supported the possibility that at least some of the deaths were natural, not elimination. In 2021, an inquiry was held to review the case. After examining all the evidence, including the new genetic findings, the inquiry found there was reasonable doubt about Kathleen's guilt. In June 2023, after spending 20 years in prison, Kathleen Folbig was pardoned and released. Her convictions were later overturned entirely. The case of Kathleen Folbig remains controversial. Some people believe the genetic evidence proves she was wrongly convicted and that her children died of natural causes. Others believe she was guilty and that the new evidence doesn't explain all 4 deaths. The truth about what happened to Caleb, Patrick, Sarah, and Laura may never be fully known. What is certain is that 4 children died tragically young, a family was destroyed, and a woman spent 2 decades in prison for crimes she may or may not have committed. The case highlighted the dangers of convicting people based on statistical improbability rather than solid physical evidence, and showed how scientific understanding can evolve and change our interpretation of past events. Whether Kathleen Folbig was a killer or a victim of wrongful conviction, the tragedy of 4 young lives lost remains at the heart of this deeply disturbing case. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a charismatic drifter who charmed his way across America, about a killing spree that left dozens dead, and about how one man's good looks and smooth talking made him one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. In the 1970s, Ted Bundy was a young man who seemed to have everything going for him. He was handsome, intelligent, and charismatic. He had studied law and worked on political campaigns. Women found him attractive and charming. But behind his clean-cut appearance and winning smile, Ted Bundy was a monster who would take the lives of at least 30 young women across 7 states, though the actual number is believed to be much higher. Bundy's crimes began in 1974 in the Pacific Northwest. Young women started disappearing from college campuses in Washington and Oregon. The victims shared similar characteristics. They were typically young, attractive women with long hair parted in the middle. Many were college students who vanished in broad daylight from crowded areas. Bundy's method was calculated and deceptive. He would often wear a fake cast or sling on his arm and approach young women asking for help carrying books or loading something into his car. He played on their kindness and willingness to help someone who appeared injured. Once he got them close to his vehicle, he would overpower them and force them inside. Other times, Bundy would pretend to be an authority figure. He would approach women claiming to be a police officer or security guard, showing fake identification. Women trusted him because he looked respectable and spoke confidently. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. One of the most well-known disappearances occurred in July 1974 at Lake Sammamish State Park in Washington. Multiple witnesses saw a handsome young man with his arm in a sling approaching young women and asking them to help him with a sailboat. Two women, Janice Ott and Denise Naslund, were seen leaving with a man that day. Both disappeared and were later found deceased in a wooded area. Witnesses provided descriptions of the man and his vehicle, and several remembered he had introduced himself as Ted. Police created composite sketches that were distributed widely. One person who saw the sketches and thought they looked familiar was Ted Bundy's girlfriend. She even called the police tip line to mention her boyfriend's name, but investigators received thousands of tips and didn't follow up on hers immediately. In 1975, Ted Bundy was pulled over by police in Utah for a traffic violation. When officers searched his vehicle, they found suspicious items including a ski mask, handcuffs, rope, and an ice pick. Bundy was arrested, and investigators began connecting him to disappearances across multiple states. A survivor named Carol Duranch came forward and identified Bundy as the man who had tried to abduct her. He had approached her at a shopping mall claiming to be a police officer, saying someone had tried to break into her car. When she got into his vehicle, he tried to handcuff her, but she fought back and escaped. Her testimony was crucial in securing Bundy's first conviction. Bundy was convicted of kidnapping Carol Duranch and sentenced to prison in Utah. While incarcerated, he was also charged with the elimination of a young woman in Colorado. But Bundy was already planning his escape. In 1977, while representing himself in court during a preliminary hearing, he was allowed to use the law library. He jumped out of a second-story window and escaped, though he was recaptured after 6 days. 6 months later, Bundy escaped again, this time from a county jail in Colorado. He had lost weight deliberately and was able to squeeze through a small opening in the ceiling of his cell. He made his way to Florida, where he would commit some of his most brutal crimes. On January 15, 1978, just weeks after his escape, Bundy broke into the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee. In a horrifying rampage that lasted less than 15 minutes, he attacked 4 women while they slept, taking the lives of 2 of them, Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy. Both were beaten and strangled. A 5th woman in a nearby apartment was also attacked that same night, but survived. Less than a month later, Bundy abducted and ended the life of 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her school in broad daylight. Her body was found weeks later in an abandoned pig shed. This would be Bundy's final victim before his capture. Bundy was arrested on February 15, 1978, after being pulled over for driving a stolen vehicle. Police found identification cards belonging to female students in the car. Bite mark evidence from the Chi Omega attacks matched Bundy's teeth, providing crucial forensic evidence against him. Ted Bundy's trials became media spectacles. He chose to represent himself in court, and the proceedings were among the first criminal trials to be televised nationally. Bundy seemed to enjoy the attention, smiling for cameras and acting confident. He even proposed to his girlfriend Carol in Boone during his trial, and she accepted, creating a bizarre courtroom moment where they essentially married. Despite Bundy's charm and attempts to manipulate the jury, the evidence against him was overwhelming. He was convicted of taking the lives of the Chi Omega women and Kimberly Leach and was sentenced to death. While on death row, Bundy gave interviews where he discussed his crimes in the third person, never fully admitting guilt, but providing chilling insights into the mind of a serial killer. Bundy claimed that exposure to violent media had influenced him, though experts believed he was deflecting responsibility. He also confessed to numerous other crimes in the days before his execution, finally admitting to killing at least 30 women, though investigators believe the true number was much higher. On January 24, 1989, Ted Bundy was executed in the electric chair at Florida State Prison. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating the execution of one of America's most notorious killers. His death brought some closure to the families of his victims, though the pain of their losses would never fully heal. Ted Bundy's case changed how law enforcement approached serial crime investigations. It highlighted the importance of sharing information across state lines and recognizing patterns in disappearances. It also showed how dangerous it was to assume that someone who looked normal and acted charming couldn't be capable of horrific violence. The young women Bundy victimized were daughters, sisters, and friends who had their entire lives ahead of them. They were students pursuing education, women with dreams and futures that were stolen by a predator who saw them as objects rather than human beings. Ted Bundy's charm and intelligence made him particularly dangerous because people trusted him, never suspecting the evil that lurked behind his friendly smile. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a popular high school student who disappeared after a party, about a podcast that reignited a cold case, and about how new technology finally brought answers 17 years after a young woman vanished. On May 25th, 2002, 17-year-old Hay Min Lee left Woodlawn High School in Baltimore, Maryland, and was never seen alive again. Hay was a bright, outgoing senior who was involved in sports and had a close group of friends. She was supposed to pick up her young cousin from school that afternoon, a responsibility she took very seriously. When she didn't show up, her family knew immediately that something was wrong. Hay would never leave her cousin waiting. Hay's body was discovered 6 weeks later in Leakin Park, a wooded area in Baltimore known as a dumping ground. She had been strangled and partially buried. The discovery devastated her family, friends, and the entire school community. Police began investigating, looking at everyone in Hay's life to find out who could have done this terrible thing. The investigation quickly focused on Hay's ex-boyfriend, Adnan Syed. Adnan was also 17 and a senior at Woodlawn High School. He and Hay had dated for several months before breaking up in December 2001, about a month before her disappearance. Friends said the breakup had been difficult, though Adnan seemed to have moved on. He was a popular student, played football, and was well-liked by teachers and classmates. Police built their case against Adnan based largely on the testimony of one person, Jay Wilds, an acquaintance of Adnan's who claimed that Adnan had confessed to ending Hay's life and had shown him her body in the trunk of her car. Jay said he had helped Adnan bury Hay's body in Leakin Park. His story was detailed and specific, and prosecutors believed it was credible despite some inconsistencies. Jay claimed that on the day Hay disappeared, Adnan had called him for a ride. When Jay picked him up, Adnan showed him Hay's body in the trunk of her own car. According to Jay, Adnan said he had strangled Hay after she refused to get back together with him. Jay testified that he helped Adnan dig a shallow grave in Leakin Park and bury Hay's body that night. Cell phone records seemed to support parts of Jay's story. The prosecution argued that pings from Adnan's cell phone placed him in the area of Leakin Park on the evening of the disappearance, corroborating Jay's account. They also pointed to testimony from other students who said Adnan had been possessive and jealous when Hay started dating someone new. Adnan maintained his innocence throughout the investigation and trial. He said he couldn't remember exactly where he was during the critical time period when Hay disappeared, but he insisted he had nothing to do with her death. He said he was probably at the library or at track practice, his usual routine. He had no explanation for why Jay would lie about him, but he firmly denied everything Jay said. In 2000, Adnan Syed was convicted of first-degree ending of life and sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. He was 18 years old when he began serving his sentence. His family believed in his innocence and continued to support him, but for years the case seemed closed. Adnan was just another young man in prison claiming he had been wrongly convicted. Then in 2014, everything changed. Sarah Koenig, a journalist and producer, launched a podcast called Serial that investigated Adnan's case. Over 12 episodes, Koenig examined every aspect of the investigation and trial, interviewing witnesses, reviewing evidence, and raising questions about whether Adnan had received a fair trial. Serial became a cultural phenomenon. Millions of people around the world listened to the podcast and became invested in the case. Some believed Adnan was guilty, pointing to the evidence presented at trial. Others believed he was innocent, arguing that the case against him was built on unreliable testimony and questionable cell phone evidence. The podcast raised serious concerns about Adnan's defense attorney, who had failed to contact an important alibi witness. Asia McLean, a classmate, came forward saying she had been with Adnan at the library during the time prosecutors claimed he was ending Hayes' life. She had written letters to Adnan offering to testify, but his attorney never contacted her or presented her testimony at trial. The renewed attention on the case led to new legal proceedings. In 2016, a judge ordered a new trial for Adnan, citing ineffective assistance of counsel. However, that decision was later overturned by an appeals court. The legal battle continued for years, with Adnan's conviction being upheld and then challenged multiple times. In 2022, a major breakthrough occurred. Prosecutors from the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office conducted their own review of the case and discovered evidence that had never been shared with Adnan's defense team. This included information about alternative suspects that should have been investigated but weren't. There were notes indicating that one of these suspects had threatened Hay, saying he would make her disappear. The prosecution also found serious problems with the cell phone evidence that had been crucial to Adnan's conviction. Experts determined that the technology in 1999 was not reliable for determining location in the way the prosecution had claimed. The cell tower pings that supposedly placed Adnan in Leakin Park were not as definitive as the jury had been led to believe. In September 2022, a judge vacated Adnan Syed's conviction and ordered him released from prison. After more than 23 years behind bars, Adnan walked free. The state's attorney cited serious concerns about the integrity of the original investigation and trial. While this didn't necessarily prove Adnan was innocent, it meant the conviction could no longer stand. However, the legal saga wasn't over. Hayes' family, who had always believed in Adnan's guilt, fought the decision. They felt they hadn't been properly notified about the hearing that led to his release. In 2023, an appeals court reinstated Adnan's conviction. Then later that same year, prosecutors dropped all charges against him, finally ending the case. The Adnan Syed case remains deeply controversial. Some people believe he ended Hayes' life and that justice was overturned. Others believe an innocent man spent over 2 decades in prison for a crime he didn't commit. The truth about what happened to Hae Min Lee may never be fully known. What is certain is that Hae was a vibrant young woman with her whole life ahead of her. She was loved by her family and friends. She had dreams and plans that were cut short when someone strangled her and left her body in a park. Whether Adnan Syed was responsible or whether the real perpetrator was never caught, Hae's life was stolen from her at just 18 years old, and her family will never stop grieving that loss. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a man who never stayed in one place for long. A drifter who blended into ordinary life so well that he slipped through the cracks of multiple police jurisdictions for decades. He lived under different names in different homes, working different jobs, quietly relocating every time things became suspicious. Each time he moved, a dark trail followed behind him, scattered across Scotland and England, waiting to be discovered. This is the true story of Peter Tobin, one of the most manipulative and hidden predators in modern British history. The story begins in the late 1960s and early 1970s, long before anyone connected him to any major crime. Tobin was a man who never allowed people to truly know him. He shifted addresses constantly, taking up small handyman jobs, working on building sites, drifting between communities without forming bonds. He charmed when necessary, lied effortlessly, and learned how to appear cooperative while revealing nothing. His constant movement made him invisible to police at a time when communication between different forces was slow and fragmented. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, Tobin lived in Glasgow, Brighton, Bathgate, Havant, London, and dozens of smaller towns in between. Every place he stayed, he presented himself as someone harmless, someone trying to get by. People described him as quiet, odd, sometimes rude, sometimes overly friendly. There was no consistent pattern in how he behaved, which made him even harder to track. He adapted his personality to whatever situation he was in, changing accents slightly, adjusting his mannerisms, shifting his story. It was a survival method that kept him unnoticed. In 1991, a disturbing event briefly pulled Tobin into the spotlight. He attacked two young girls in his home in Havant, tricking them into entering the property under a false pretense. When police stormed the house following a desperate call for help, they found them tied up and severely harmed but still alive. Tobin fled out the back door and disappeared. This incident showed how quickly he could slip away when cornered. He managed to evade capture for weeks by hiding in a religious commune under a different name, blending in with complete ease. When he was finally arrested and jailed, many believed this would be the end of his criminality. But nobody realized that his darkest crimes had happened long before this arrest and would continue afterward. After serving part of his sentence, Tobin was released and resumed the same drifting lifestyle. He moved constantly, never settling long enough for people to understand who he really was. He changed his name again, moving across the UK with a calmness that suggested he believed he would never be caught for anything more serious. And for a long time, he was right. Everything changed in 2006 when an angelic-looking Polish teenager named Angelika Kluck went missing from a Glasgow church where she worked as a part-time cleaner. Tobin was working at the same church under a false name, claiming to be a handyman who had recently found faith. When Angelika disappeared, he vanished the very next morning, leaving behind strange behavior and suspicious comments that troubled those who worked with him. As days passed, police began to focus on him. They tracked his movements and realized he had used yet another false identity. When they searched the church grounds, they discovered Angelika's body hidden in a small, concealed space beneath the floorboards. The brutality and calculation of the crime shocked Scotland. It also raised immediate questions about whether this man had done something like this before. Once Tobin was arrested, investigators began digging into his past. They searched his former homes, tracing the history of every property he had ever rented. One of those searches led them to a house in Margate, England, where Tobin had lived in the early 1990s. It was a small, ordinary home with nothing unusual on the surface. But when officers dug in the garden, they uncovered a deeply disturbing sight: the remains of a young woman who had been missing for years. Then another. Both victims had vanished in 1991. Their families had spent more than a decade searching for answers. Those discoveries changed the entire course of the investigation. It became clear that Tobin had not just committed a single terrible crime, but was connected to multiple disappearances stretching back decades. Investigators created a task force dedicated entirely to tracing his movements over time. They compared missing persons reports, travel patterns, former jobs, locations of old addresses, and police files from across the UK. The deeper they went, the more troubling the picture became. Tobin had been present in cities during unsolved disappearances. He had lived within walking distance of several crime scenes. He had moved out of certain areas shortly after women vanished. Many of these cases had gone cold at a time when different police departments did not yet share data effectively. Tobin used this weakness as cover. If suspicion built in one town, he simply packed a bag, changed his name, and settled in another town hundreds of miles away. He blended into suburban life with surprising ease. He married multiple times, each marriage ending the same way: in fear, violence, or sudden disappearance. His wives later said they never truly understood who he was. He could be charismatic, controlling, apologetic, threatening, and affectionate, all within the span of a single day. His personality shifted constantly, like a mask that changed depending on what he needed in the moment. Once he was finally imprisoned for the crimes that could be proven, investigators continued their search. They believed he was responsible for far more victims than the confirmed cases. Some detectives suspected he might even be connected to well-known unsolved cases from the 1960s and 1970s. Tobin refused to cooperate, giving no explanations, no confessions, no closure to families who had waited decades. He seemed to take satisfaction in withholding the truth, maintaining control even from behind bars. What made Peter Tobin so unsettling was not just what he did, but how long he hid in plain sight. He lived as a husband, a neighbor, A handyman, a church worker, a drifter, a friend to some, a menace to others. His crimes spanned multiple decades, multiple cities, and multiple identities. He moved through life like a shadow, existing on the edges of society, unnoticed because he knew exactly how to appear harmless. By the time he died in prison in 2022, the true extent of his crimes was still unknown. Some investigators believed he committed many more, hidden in the gaps of history where record-keeping was weak and communities were isolated. Others believed he might have been responsible for disappearances that will never be solved. His death closed the door on answers that families have been waiting for since the 1970s. The story of Peter Tobin is a reminder that predators do not always fit the image people expect. They may not be loud, threatening, or unstable. Sometimes the most dangerous individuals are the ones who blend most easily into the background. The ones who smile politely. The ones who fix a broken door or offer to help carry groceries. The ones who know how to relocate before suspicion catches up. The ones who live for decades without ever revealing their true selves. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about two women who terrorized California, about a killing spree that shocked the nation, and about how a toxic friendship became a partnership in violence. In January 1991, two women were driving along California highways, picking up men and robbing them at gunpoint. Aileen Wuornos and her companion Tyria Moore were living in cheap motels, surviving through theft and whatever money they could get. But Eileen's robberies soon escalated into something far deadlier. Between November 1989 and November 1990, she ended the lives of 7 men along Florida highways, shooting them and stealing their vehicles and belongings. This is the story of Aileen Wuornos, one of America's few female serial killers. She targeted men who picked her up while she was working the highways, shooting them and claiming self-defense against assault. Her case became one of the most controversial in criminal history, raising questions about victimhood, survival, and whether her violent childhood and circumstances made her a product of society's failures or simply a cold-blooded killer. Aileen Carol Pittman was born on February 29, 1956, in Rochester, Michigan. Her childhood was marked by abandonment and horrific abuse that shaped her into someone filled with rage. Her father was in prison when she was born and later took his own life. Her mother abandoned Aileen and her brother when they were young, leaving them to be raised by their grandparents. But Eileen's grandparents' home was not a refuge. Her grandfather was reportedly violent and abusive. Aileen claimed she was subjected to terrible mistreatment throughout her childhood, creating deep psychological damage. By age 14, she was pregnant after being assaulted, and the baby was given up for adoption. She was thrown out of her grandparents' home while still a teenager. Aileen survived on the streets, engaging in activities to get money for food and shelter. She drifted through Michigan and eventually made her way to Florida, living a transient lifestyle in cheap motels and surviving however she could. She was arrested numerous times for theft, assault, and other offenses, accumulating a lengthy criminal record. In 1986, Aileen met Tyria Moore at a bar in Daytona Beach. They began a romantic relationship and moved in together, though their life remained chaotic and financially unstable. Aileen continued working highways to support them both, while Tyria worked occasional jobs. Their relationship became the most stable thing in Eileen's difficult life. On November 30th, 1989, Aileen shot and ended the life of Richard Mallory, a 51-year-old electronics store owner. She claimed he had assaulted her, and she shot him in self-defense, though evidence suggested the situation was more complex. She stole his car and belongings, pawning items for cash. Over the next year, 6 more men would lose their lives in similar circumstances. David Spears, Charles Carskadden, Peter Seams, Troy Burress, Charles Humphreys, and Walter Antonio all picked up Aileen on Florida highways. All were shot, and their vehicles and belongings were stolen. The victims varied in age and background, but all were men traveling alone who had stopped to pick up someone they thought needed help or companionship. Law enforcement began connecting the cases when abandoned vehicles were found and bodies were discovered in wooded areas along highways. Witnesses reported seeing two women in some of the victims' vehicles, providing descriptions that would eventually lead to Aileen and Tyria. Police tracked the women through pawn shop records where stolen items had been sold. Aileen had used her real name when pawning a victim's belongings, providing investigators with a clear lead. In January 1991, police located Aileen and Tyria at a motel in Daytona Beach. Tyria agreed to cooperate with investigators. She made recorded phone calls to Aileen, during which Aileen made incriminating statements, essentially confessing to the incidents while trying to convince Tyria not to worry. These recordings became crucial evidence in the case against her. Aileen was arrested and charged with 7 counts. During interrogation, she confessed to all 7 cases, claiming each was self-defense against men who had assaulted her or threatened her. She maintained that she had only defended herself against violent attackers. Her trial began in 1992. The prosecution argued these were premeditated acts committed during robberies, not self-defense. They presented evidence that victims had been shot multiple times, had their belongings stolen, and that Aileen had shown a clear pattern of targeting vulnerable men. The defense attempted to present Aileen's traumatic childhood and difficult life circumstances as context for her actions. They argued she suffered from mental illness and post-traumatic stress that affected her judgment. But the evidence of planning and the pattern of repeated incidents made self-defense claims difficult to support. Aileen was convicted of first-degree charges in the death of Richard Mallory in 1992 and sentenced to end her life by execution. She was subsequently convicted in 5 other cases and received additional execution sentences. While on death row, Aileen gave numerous interviews that revealed an increasingly unstable mental state. She alternated between claiming self-defense and saying she had killed in cold blood. She expressed anger at society, at men, and at the circumstances of her life. She became a controversial figure, with some viewing her as a victim of abuse who fought back against abusers, while others saw her as a calculating killer who used claims of abuse to justify robbery and violence. Aileen Wuornos was executed by lethal injection on October 9, 2002, at Florida State Prison. She was 46 years old. Her final statement expressed her readiness to meet her fate and her belief that she would return like in a science fiction movie. Her case became the subject of numerous books, documentaries, and the film Monster, which won Charlize Theron an Academy Award. The case raised difficult questions about how society treats survivors of abuse, whether someone can be both victim and perpetrator, and how childhood trauma affects adult behavior. The families of her 7 victims were left to grieve men who had simply been traveling and made the fatal mistake of showing kindness to someone they thought needed help. Whether Aileen was defending herself or committing robbery remains disputed, but what is certain is that 7 lives were ended and a troubled woman who had survived terrible circumstances became someone who inflicted that same violence on others. Aileen Wuornos remains one of the most studied female criminals in American history, a complex figure whose life of abuse and survival ended in violence that took 7 lives and ultimately her own. Next story, I am going to tell you a story about a long-haul trucker, about a roadside diner where everyone knew everyone else's business, and about how a small, almost undetectable change in a decade-long routine revealed a calculated murder hidden behind the mask of normalcy. In the late 1980s, the heart of the Midwest trucking route beat through the town of Harmony Junction, Indiana. The anchor of this town was the Midway Stop Diner, a greasy spoon that ran 24 hours and served as the unofficial headquarters for the independent haulers who worked the I-70 corridor. Among them was Jerry Vance, known simply as Red, a man whose life was defined by the rhythm of the road and his absolute punctuality. Red was reliable to a fault. He drove the same route, ordered the same breakfast, 2 eggs over easy black coffee, and arrived at the Midway stop every Thursday morning at 6:15 a.m., without fail for 12 years straight. His truck, a distinct green 18-wheeler with customized silver trim, was as recognizable as the grain silos on the horizon. Red lived alone in a small, isolated cabin 50 miles outside Harmony Junction, accessible only by a long, unpaved logging track. The cabin sat deep within a stand of oak trees, invisible from the nearest county road. His only consistent personal contact was his sister, Martha, who managed the family's small plot of farmland and whom Red called every Sunday at 7 p.m. precisely. This schedule was a fortress of habit, a fixed point in the chaotic, shifting landscape of the interstate. Red's life was a testament to order in a world of constant motion. He viewed his routine not as a limitation, but as the only defense against the unpredictable nature of the road and the cutthroat competition among the independent haulers. His contracts were consistent, his truck maintenance was perfect, and his habits were clockwork. In the autumn of 1991, the clock of Harmony Junction faltered. Red did not show up for his 6:15 a.m. Thursday breakfast. The owner of the Midway stop, Shirley, a woman who measured the passage of time in black coffee refills and diesel fumes, initially figured Red hit traffic or perhaps took a rare day off. But when Red missed the next Thursday and the Thursday after that, a quiet alarm began to spread among the regulars. Red was the one constant in their volatile, highway-defined lives. The missed routine was a tear in the fabric of their reality, a signal something fundamental had gone wrong. Red also missed his Sunday calls to Martha. Martha, accustomed to her brother's rigid schedule, felt immediate dread. She waited 2 full weeks, the silence from his end of the line growing heavier with each passing hour, unable to shake the feeling that the absence was deliberate, not accidental. She called the state police, filing a missing person report that centered not on an event, but on the profound absence of routine. Martha emphasized the mechanical certainty of Red's life. He would sooner miss a gear shift than his 7 p.m. call. She explained that Red's habits were a psychological imperative. The deviation was a guaranteed sign of duress. Deputy Dale Evans, a local man who knew the rhythm of the truckers, was assigned the case. He began his investigation not at Red's remote cabin, but at the Midway stop, understanding that Red's life was the highway. Shirley confirmed Red's truck, the distinctive green unit, had been accounted for on his usual delivery routes, verified by logbook entries and toll receipts, right up until the last week of September. Then abruptly, nothing. The logbooks ceased. Red's electronic toll transponder also stopped registering activity. The initial search was hampered by the sheer vastness of the territory. Hundreds of miles of interstate offered endless places for a heavy truck or a man to disappear. Evans eventually made the long drive to Red's cabin. The cabin was secure, locked from the outside. Evans had to force entry, finding an interior that was unnervingly tranquil. Clothes hung neatly, dishes were washed and stacked, and a new copy of the Trucker's Atlas lay open on the small kitchen table, marked with grease pen circles around future routes. There were no signs of struggle or forced entry. It looked exactly as Red would leave it for a week on the road, a perfect maintenance of habit, which in its perfection felt entirely wrong. However, Evans noticed 2 significant discrepancies that hinted at a carefully constructed illusion, details that contradicted Red's compulsive nature. First, Red's small, antique brass wind-up clock on the bedside table, a gift from his mother, was stopped at 3:05 a.m. Red was obsessive about keeping his timepieces wound and accurate. The clock was simply dead, a profound stillness in a man's life defined by forward motion. Second, the small, narrow gravel driveway leading up the final stretch to the cabin door was overgrown with weeks of uncut grass. Yet the final 10 feet, right up to the cabin entrance, looked suspiciously cleared. The packed earth was visible beneath the disturbed gravel, suggesting a very large object had been parked there for a significant duration and then recently removed, disturbing the soil beneath the growing grass. The pattern perfectly matched the wheelbase of a massive truck. The investigation stalled for 2 more months, without a body, a crime scene, or clear motive. The case was drifting toward being shelved as a voluntary disappearance, despite Martha's frantic protest that her brother was incapable of spontaneity. Red's assets were inaccessible, and the legal framework for a forced search was weak. The breakthrough came from an anonymous tip left on the state police hotline. The caller was Frank Hurley, a small-time, independent hauler who worked the same corridor and frequented the midway stop. Frank was known for his intense resentment of Red's success, a bitterness that was barely concealed behind muttered comments about Red's easy contracts and pristine safety record. Frank admitted that he had seen Red's distinct green truck parked not at the cabin, but late one Monday night near the old abandoned quarry, 30 miles south of Harmony Junction, just a few days before Red stopped appearing at the diner. Frank said he thought nothing of it at the time, assuming Red was just doing a side job or an unauthorized stop. The tip, however, established that Red was off route and out of routine at a specific critical time. Detective Ortiz, a veteran of highway crimes, took the lead, immediately zeroing in on the gravel driveway at the cabin. The cleared patch matched the exact dimensions of Red's 18-wheeler. Ortiz theorized that Red's truck had been intentionally parked there for a significant duration, then moved. But why move a truck that large only to put it on its final destination route? Only if the truck itself was a necessary part of the crime scene and needed to be extracted from the isolated spot without leaving secondary tracks from another vehicle. The suspicion solidified. Red was murdered at his cabin on that Monday night. Frank, the suspect, had needed the truck to create the alibi that Red was still operating. The disappearance was not a break in routine. It was the start of a new, enforced routine designed by the killer. The investigators obtained warrants to search the abandoned quarry area Frank had mentioned. The quarry was a deep pit filled with water, surrounded by dense, muddy forest. A painstaking search yielded a small, rusted piece of equipment Red was known to carry, a customized hydraulic jack with Red's initials etched into the side. The jack was found half buried in the mud near a steep embankment, suggesting it had been hastily discarded after being used to move a significant weight. The key piece of evidence, Red's truck, was finally located months later in a long-term commercial storage lot in Kansas City, precisely where Red's usual delivery route ended. The truck was spotless, thoroughly cleaned inside and out, an almost professional job that was itself suspicious. However, forensic analysis of the cab's deepest crevices revealed minute traces of blood that had been missed by the industrial cleaner, along with synthetic carpet fibers that were completely foreign to Red's truck but matched the upholstery used in the specific model of truck driven by Frank. The collected evidence allowed Detective Ortiz to reconstruct the chilling timeline of calculated deception. The rivalry between Red and Frank escalated over a major, multi-year contract that Frank desperately wanted and Red had just secured. Frank ambushed Red at his cabin on that Monday night, using the remote location as his key advantage. Red's body was never found, but the evidence pointed to the truck's sleeper cab as the initial crime scene. Frank then drove Red's distinct green truck, the final, visible proof of Red's predictable life, back to the isolated cabin, parked it perfectly in the cleared spot in the driveway to establish the false timeline that Red was safely resting at home, and staged the interior. He had then driven Red's truck, with the body concealed, onto its usual delivery route, completing the final leg of the route to establish the truck's position, before cleaning it and abandoning it in Kansas City. Frank then immediately began running Red's highly profitable contract routes, using the ongoing absence as his ticket to financial gain. The stop clock was the final piece of psychological evidence. The time 3:05 a.m. was irrelevant to the victim's routine and was merely a theatrical flourish, an arbitrary moment of supposed early morning death. Frank, in his arrogance, had believed the solitude of the highway and the uniformity of the truckers' lives would protect him. He banked on the fact that no one would notice the small, 10-foot difference in the grass of a remote driveway, or the synthetic fiber of his own ambition left behind in the victim's domain. Frank was arrested and charged with murder. The highway provided the means, the isolation provided the opportunity, and the killer's clumsy attempt at creating a plausible timeline provided the final evidence. The case of the Midway stop and Red Vance became a dark parable among the long haulers of the Midwest, a reminder that in a world defined by routine and isolation, even the slightest deviation from the established pattern can be the first, quiet sign of a profound and terrible disruption. The road always remembers what the drivers try to forget. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about a neighborhood that became a burial ground, about secrets hidden beneath a quiet street, and about how evil can flourish for years when society chooses not to see the most vulnerable among us. In the Dorchester neighborhood of Boston during the early 1950s, a modest apartment building housed working-class families trying to make their way in post-war America. Among the tenants was Jane Toppin, a middle-aged nurse who seemed devoted to caring for the sick and elderly. She volunteered her services generously, sitting with patients through long nights, preparing meals for those recovering from illness, and presenting herself as someone dedicated to helping others. But Jane was using her nursing skills and access to vulnerable patients to satisfy a dark compulsion that had consumed her for decades. Wait, let me start over with the correct time frame. I'm going to tell you a story about a nurse who betrayed every principle of her profession, about a woman who turned healing into harm, and about how someone can hide monstrous behavior behind a facade of caring for over 30 years. In the hospitals and private homes of Massachusetts during the 1880s and 1890s, Jane Toppin worked as a private duty nurse, caring for sick patients in their homes and in medical facilities. She was well regarded by families who hired her and by doctors who recommended her services. Patients seemed to receive attentive care, though many of them passed away while under her supervision. In an era when medical science was limited and death from illness was common, no one initially questioned the pattern. But Jane was systematically ending the lives of her patients, experimenting with drug combinations and doses while studying their reactions as they passed away. This is the story of Jane Toppin, who between 1885 and 1901 confessed to ending the lives of 31 people, though investigators believe the true number may have exceeded 100. She was a nurse who used morphine and atropine to induce states between consciousness and unconsciousness in her patients, then would lie beside them and hold them as they passed away. She later described deriving satisfaction from controlling the exact moment of their passing and from the intimacy of being present during their final moments. Her arrest in 1901 exposed decades of crimes committed by someone society trusted completely. Jane Toppin was born on Nora Kelly in 1854 in Boston, Massachusetts. Her early life was marked by tragedy and abandonment that shaped her disturbed psychology. Her mother passed away from illness when Jane was very young. Her father struggled with mental illness and could not care for his children. Jane and her sister were placed in an orphanage, then later became indentured servants to different families. Jane was taken in by the Toppin family, who gave her their surname, though they never formally adopted her. She worked as a servant in their household, performing domestic duties and receiving minimal education. The family treated her adequately, but never as an equal to their biological children, creating a sense of being an outsider that Jane carried throughout her life. As a young woman, Jane sought more than domestic service. She entered nursing training in the 1880s, attending a program at Cambridge Hospital. She was intelligent and learned medical procedures quickly, showing particular interest in medications and their effects on patients. However, even during training, some supervisors noticed she spent excessive time with patients who were heavily medicated, and there were unexplained incidents where patients experienced unexpected complications. After completing her training, Jane worked as a private duty nurse, a position that gave her considerable independence. She would be hired by families to care for sick relatives in their homes, or she would work in hospitals on wards with limited supervision. This autonomy gave her opportunity to experiment with medications without oversight. Jane began what she later described as experiments with her patients. She would administer morphine and atropine in varying combinations, drugs that affected consciousness and heart rate. She would bring patients to the edge of death, then revive them, sometimes repeating this process multiple times. She claimed she wanted to understand the experience of dying and to have power over the boundary between life and death. Many of her patients did not survive these experiments. When they passed away, their deaths were attributed to their underlying illnesses. In an era before sophisticated medical examinations and when death from disease was common, Jane's role in hastening their passings went undetected for years. Jane's victims included patients she cared for professionally, but also friends and her own foster sister. In 1901, she was staying with a family named Davis, caring for the elderly matriarch. When a matriarch passed away, other family members also became ill. First, Alden Davis passed away, then his wife and sister. The family had been healthy before Jane's arrival, and their rapid decline raised suspicions. Authorities ordered examinations of the bodies and found evidence of poisoning with morphine and atropine. The investigation expanded to other deaths associated with Jane's nursing care. As evidence mounted, Jane was arrested in October 1901 and charged with taking lives. During questioning, Jane confessed to 31 incidents, describing her methods and motivations in disturbing detail. She spoke about deriving pleasure from controlling whether patients lived or passed away, from being present during their final moments, and from the intimacy of holding them as they lost consciousness. Psychiatrists who evaluated her were shocked by her lack of remorse and her description of the satisfaction she experienced. Jane's trial began in 1902. Her defense argued she was legally insane and should not be held criminally responsible. Psychiatric experts testified about her disturbed psychology and abnormal motivations. The prosecution argued she had understood her actions were wrong, as evidenced by her efforts to hide what she was doing and her careful selection of vulnerable victims. The jury found Jane not guilty by reason of insanity. She was committed to Taunton Insane Hospital, where she would remain for the rest of her life. In the asylum, Jane lived for another 37 years, reportedly boasting about her crimes to other patients and staff. She showed no genuine remorse and seemed to enjoy the notoriety her case had brought. Jane Toppin passed away in the asylum in 1938 at age 84, having spent nearly 4 decades institutionalized. Her case became one of the most studied examples of medical professionals who harm patients, revealing how positions of trust can be exploited by those with pathological needs. The exact number of Jane's victims will never be known. She confessed to 31, but hinted at many more. In an era before thorough record keeping, and when nurses moved frequently between positions, tracking all the deaths that occurred under her care proved impossible. Investigators believe she may have ended over 100 lives during her nursing career. Her case led to increased scrutiny of medical professionals and better supervision of nurses working independently. It revealed how easily someone could harm vulnerable patients when medical oversight was minimal and deaths from illness were expected and rarely questioned. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a childhood stolen, about a monster who wore the mask of Mentor, and about how an entire sport failed to protect the children in its care. In the gymnasiums of Pennsylvania State University, where young athletes trained with dreams of Olympic glory, a doctor moved among them with keys to every locker room and unfettered access to vulnerable children. Parents trusted him completely, grateful their daughters were receiving medical care from such a respected professional. But behind closed doors, under the guise of treatment, he was committing crimes that would eventually reveal themselves as one of the most extensive child sexual abuse cases in American history. This is the story of Larry Nassar, a sports medicine doctor who sexually abused at least 265 young female athletes over more than 2 decades. Between 1992 and 2016, he used his position as team doctor for USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to assault girls as young as 6 years old, disguising his abuse as legitimate medical treatment. His crimes were enabled by institutions that ignored complaints, silenced victims, and protected their reputations rather than the children in their care. Lawrence Gerard Nassar was born on August 16, 1963, in Farmington Hills, Michigan. He grew up in a middle-class family where education and achievement were valued. His childhood appeared unremarkable, with no obvious signs of the predator he would become. He was intelligent and focused, showing early interest in sports medicine and athletic training. Larry attended Michigan State University, earning undergraduate and graduate degrees in kinesiology before attending medical school. He was drawn to sports medicine, particularly gymnastics, where he saw opportunity to work with elite young athletes. He completed his training and became licensed as an osteopathic physician, gaining credentials that would give him authority and trust. In 1986, while still a student, Larry began working as an athletic trainer for the USA Gymnastics team. He quickly made himself indispensable, volunteering for events, traveling with teams, and building relationships with coaches and officials. He positioned himself as someone dedicated to the athletes, always available, always willing to help. This reputation gave him access and trust that he would exploit for decades. Larry developed a technique he claimed was a legitimate treatment for various athletic injuries, particularly back and hip pain. He called it pelvic floor therapy and told athletes it required internal manipulation. In reality, he was sexually assaulting them, penetrating them with his unloved hands while claiming it was medical treatment. The girls were confused and uncomfortable, but trusted that a doctor knew what he was doing. He would perform these assaults in exam rooms, often with parents present in the room, but positioned so they could not see what his hands were doing beneath a sheet. He would chat casually with parents while assaulting their daughters. His demeanor so professional and relaxed that no one suspected anything inappropriate was happening. Larry targeted young gymnasts who were vulnerable and unlikely to question authority. These were girls who had been trained from early childhood to obey coaches and medical staff without question, to push through pain and discomfort, to trust that adults in positions of authority had their best interests at heart. Their conditioning made them perfect victims for someone who understood how to exploit that trust. Over 2 decades, Larry assaulted hundreds of girls. Some were Olympic medalists, elite athletes whose names the world knew. Most were young gymnasts training at local clubs, girls with Olympic dreams who trusted that the national team doctor was providing them with the best care possible. He assaulted them at competitions, at training camps, at his office at Michigan State University, and even at his home where parents would bring their daughters for treatment. Reports of Larry's abuse began surfacing as early as the 1990s, but they were consistently dismissed or ignored. Young athletes complained to coaches, to USA Gymnastics officials, to Michigan State administrators. Each time, the institutions chose to protect Larry rather than investigate the claims. Officials told victims they were misunderstanding legitimate medical treatment. Some were warned that speaking out would damage their careers and the sport they loved. In 2004, a young gymnast reported Larry's abuse to Michigan State University police. An investigation was conducted but closed without charges. Larry was allowed to continue practicing. In 2014, another athlete filed a complaint with the university. Again, an investigation concluded that Larry's techniques were legitimate medical procedures. The institution sided with the doctor rather than the victim. The breakthrough came in 2016 when former gymnast Rachel Den Hollander went public with detailed accusations against Larry. Her willingness to speak openly, using her real name and providing specific accounts, gave other victims courage to come forward. Within months, dozens and then hundreds of women and girls reported that Larry had assaulted them during supposed medical treatments. Investigations by police and journalists revealed the staggering scope of Larry's crimes and the systematic failures by USA Gymnastics and Michigan State University to protect children in their care. Internal documents showed that officials had received numerous complaints over decades, but had taken no meaningful action to stop Larry or protect future victims. Larry Nassar was arrested in December 2016 on child pornography charges. As the investigation expanded, he was charged with multiple counts of criminal sexual conduct spanning decades. Faced with overwhelming evidence from hundreds of victims, he eventually pleaded guilty to avoid trial. His sentencing hearings in January 2018 became historic moments. Over 7 days, 156 victims gave impact statements describing how Larry's abuse had affected their lives. Olympic champions like Ali Raisman, Michaela Maroney, and Simone Biles spoke publicly about being abused by the doctor they had trusted. Judge Rosemary Aquilina allowed every victim who wanted to speak the opportunity to confront Larry. Larry Nassar was sentenced to 40 to 175 years in prison for criminal sexual conduct, in addition to a 60-year federal sentence for child pornography. He will die in prison. During sentencing, Judge Aquilina told him he had just signed his own death warrant. The fallout from a Nassar case was extensive. USA Gymnastics filed for bankruptcy under the weight of lawsuits. The entire USA Gymnastics Board resigned. Michigan State University paid $500 million to settle claims from victims. Officials who had dismissed or ignored complaints faced criminal charges for their failures. Larry's case exposed how institutions prioritize reputation over child safety, how predators exploit positions of trust and authority, and how children in elite sports can be particularly vulnerable to abuse because they have been conditioned to endure pain and obey authority figures without question. The survivors of Larry Nassar's abuse have become advocates for changing how institutions handle allegations of abuse and for protecting children in sports. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about madness disguised as mission, about a man who believed himself beyond judgment, and about how obsession with purity can transform into the purest form of evil. In the grimy streets of London's Whitechapel district during the autumn of 1888, where poverty crushed souls and women sold their bodies to survive another day, a killer was stalking the fog-shrouded alleys. He targeted prostitutes, women society had already discarded, and he mutilated them with surgical precision that suggested medical knowledge. His identity remained unknown, his motives a mystery, and his crime sparked a media frenzy that made him the world's first celebrity serial killer. This is the story of Jack the Ripper, though his true identity has never been definitively proven. Between August and November 1888, he murdered at least 5 women in London's East End, though some investigators believe he killed more. He would approach them in the early morning hours, quickly slash their throats, then mutilate their bodies with a knife, removing organs with skill that suggested anatomical knowledge. He sent taunting letters to police and newspapers, claiming responsibility and promising more murders. Then he vanished, never caught, leaving behind only questions and a legend that has endured for over a century. The canonical 5 victims, those definitively attributed to the Ripper, were Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly. All were impoverished women in their 40s who worked as prostitutes in Whitechapel, one of London's most desperate slums. They lived in doss houses, drinking away what little money they earned, trapped in cycles of poverty and addiction with no hope of escape. The first victim, Marion Nichols, was found on August 31st, 1888, in Bucks Row. Her throat had been cut so deeply she was nearly decapitated, and her abdomen had been slashed open. The brutality shocked even seasoned police officers accustomed to Whitechapel's violence. Annie Chapman was discovered on September 8th in the backyard of 29 Hanbury Street. She had been killed and mutilated in the same manner as Nichols, but this time the killer had removed her uterus and taken it with him. This suggested someone with anatomical knowledge and raised theories that the killer might be a doctor or surgeon. On September 30th, 2 murders occurred in one night. Elizabeth Stride was found with her throat cut, but not mutilated, possibly because the killer was interrupted. Less than an hour later, Catherine Eddowes was discovered in Mitre Square, murdered and extensively mutilated. Her kidney had been removed. This double murder created panic throughout London. The final canonical victim, Mary Jane Kelly, was killed on November 9th in her small rented room. Unlike the others who had been killed outdoors, Kelly's murder occurred indoors where the killer had time and privacy. The mutilation was extreme, her body so extensively cut and organs removed that she was barely recognizable. The scene was photographed, creating images that remain among the most disturbing crime scene photos in history. During this period, numerous letters were sent to police and newspapers claiming to be from a killer. Most were hoaxes, but 2 have been considered potentially genuine by investigators. The Dear Boss letter, received September 27th, introduced the name Jack the Ripper and promised more killings. The From Hell letter, received October 16th, came with half a human kidney that the writer claimed came from Catherine Eddowes. The investigation was massive, but hampered by limited forensic technology and the chaotic conditions of Whitechapel. Police interviewed thousands of people, pursued numerous suspects, and employed innovative techniques like crime scene photography. But they never definitively identified the killer. Theories about Jack the Ripper's identity have proliferated for over a century. Suspects have included Montague John Druid, a barrister who drowned himself shortly after the final murder; Aaron Kosminski, a Polish immigrant with mental illness who was confined to an asylum; Michael Ostrog, a Russian con artist with a history of violence; Walter Sickert, an artist whose paintings some believe contain clues about the murders. Even members of the royal family have been implicated in conspiracy theories, though without credible evidence. Modern forensic analysis using DNA from letters and evidence has pointed to some suspects more than others, but definitive proof remains elusive. The contamination of evidence over 130 years and the questionable chain of custody make conclusive identification impossible. What makes Jack the Ripper significant beyond the murders themselves is his cultural impact. He became the prototype for the serial killer in popular imagination, the mysterious figure who kills without clear motive and eludes capture. The Victorian press sensationalized the crimes, creating a media circus that amplified fear throughout London and captured international attention. The murders also exposed the desperate conditions in London's East End, where poverty forced women into prostitution and made them vulnerable to violence. Social reformers used the Ripper case to advocate for better housing, employment opportunities, and support for the poor. The victims, who had lived and died in obscurity, became symbols of society's failure to protect its most vulnerable members. The Ripper's surgical skill and apparent anatomical knowledge sparked theories he was a doctor, leading to distrust of medical professionals in Whitechapel. His ability to disappear after murders in crowded areas suggested someone who belonged in the neighborhood, who could blend in rather than stand out as suspicious. Some historians believe Jack the Ripper stopped killing because he died, was imprisoned for another crime, or was institutionalized in an asylum. Others think he may have emigrated or simply stopped for reasons unknown. The abrupt end to the murder series remains as mysterious as the killer's identity. The 5 canonical victims are now more famous in death than they ever were in life. Marion Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, Catherine Eddowes, and Mary Jane Kelly have been studied extensively, their lives examined for clues about why they were targeted and what they might reveal about their killer. The Jack the Ripper case remains unsolved, one of history's most infamous cold cases. The killer's identity is likely lost to time, but his crimes change how society viewed serial murder and how media covered violent crime. He transformed from a real killer into a legend, a symbol of Victorian-era fears about modernity, urbanization, and the darkness lurking in city streets. The women he killed deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as individuals who lived difficult lives in impossible circumstances, who were let down by society before they were destroyed by a madman. Their deaths exposed the brutal realities of poverty and inspired reforms that helped others, though the changes came too late to save them. Jack the Ripper vanished into history, but his shadow stretches across more than a century, a reminder that some evil escapes justice and some questions remain forever unanswered, leaving only victims, mysteries, and a haunting knowledge that a killer once walked London streets and was never caught. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about ambition twisted into violence, about a woman who wanted fame at any cost, and about how desperation for recognition can transform into murderous rage. In the glittering world of professional figure skating, where athletes dedicate their lives to perfection and competition is fierce, a rivalry was escalating beyond normal bounds. 2 skaters were competing for spots on the 1994 U.S. Olympic team, but one was willing to cross lines that should never be crossed to eliminate her competition. What followed would become one of the most infamous attacks in sports history. This is the story of Tanya Harding and the attack on Nancy Kerrigan. On January 6, 1994, as Nancy practiced at a skating rink in Detroit, a man approached her after she left the ice and struck her knee with a metal baton. The attack was designed to injure her badly enough to force her withdrawal from the upcoming national championships and Olympic trials. The assailant was hired by Tanya's ex-husband Jeff Gillooly and her bodyguard Sean Eckhart, and evidence suggested Tanya knew about and approved the plan. The attack failed to end Nancy's career, but it ended Tanya's, destroyed reputations, and revealed how far some will go to achieve their dreams. Tanya Maxine Harding was born on November 12, 1970, in Portland, Oregon. Her childhood was marked by poverty and abuse that shaped her aggressive, combative personality. Her mother, Lavana, was brutal, physically and emotionally abusing Tanya throughout her childhood. She would beat her daughter, mock her appearance, and push her relentlessly in skating while never offering praise or affection. Tanya's family was poor, struggling to afford skating lessons and equipment. This made her an outsider in the elite world of figure skating, where most competitors came from wealthy families who could afford the best coaches and training. Tanya wore homemade costumes while her competitors wore expensive designer outfits. She felt judged and dismissed by skating officials who valued elegance and refinement, qualities Tanya's rough background had not provided. But Tanya had undeniable athletic ability. She was powerful and aggressive, landing jumps other female skaters could not. In 1991, she became the first American woman to land a triple axel in competition, a feat requiring tremendous strength and technical skill. This should have made her a star, but judges consistently scored her lower than competitors with more polished presentations. Tanya's personal life was chaotic. She married Jeff Gillooly when she was 19, beginning a volatile relationship marked by domestic violence. Jeff was controlling and abusive, and Tanya was trapped in a cycle she did not know how to escape. The abuse she had experienced from her mother had normalized violence in relationships. By 1993, Tanya's skating career was declining. She was 23, old for a figure skater, and her technical skills were offset by presentation scores that judges kept artificially low. Meanwhile, Nancy Kerrigan was emerging as America's skating sweetheart. Nancy was elegant, beautiful, and came from a working-class background that made her relatable. She was everything Tanya was not, and she was winning. Tanya became obsessed with Nancy, seeing her as the obstacle between herself and Olympic glory. In Tanya's mind, if Nancy were eliminated, she would make the Olympic team and finally receive the recognition she deserved. This obsession transformed into a conspiracy to injure Nancy badly enough to force her withdrawal from competition. Tanya's ex-husband Jeff and her bodyguard Sean began planning the attack in late 1993. They hired Shane Stant to carry out the assault and Derek Smith to drive the getaway car. The plan was crude but effective. Wait for Nancy to finish practice, approach her when she was vulnerable, and strike her knee hard enough to cause serious injury. On January 6, 1994, at the Cobo Arena in Detroit, Shane Stant waited for Nancy to finish practicing. As she walked through a corridor talking to her father, Shane rushed up and struck her right knee with a metal baton. He fled before anyone could stop him. Nancy collapsed, crying in pain and confusion, repeatedly asking why someone would do this to her. The attack made international headlines immediately. Nancy was America's sweetheart, and the brutal assault shocked the sports world. Investigators began working to identify the assailant and determine if this was a random attack or something more sinister. Within days, the conspiracy unraveled. Sean Eckhart, Tanya's bodyguard, began talking to people about his involvement, unable to resist bragging about the crime. Investigators traced phone records connecting Tanya's camp to the attacker. Jeff, Sean, Shane, and Derek were all arrested and confessed, each implicating the others. The question became, what did Tanya know and when did she know it? Evidence suggested she knew about the attack beforehand and may have helped plan it, though she denied this. After the attack, she definitely knew who was responsible, but said nothing to authorities, making her complicit even if she had not initiated the plan. Nancy recovered more quickly than expected. Her knee was bruised, but not permanently damaged. She competed at the national championships in February and placed second. Tanya won the event, but the victory was overshadowed by the investigation. Both were named to the Olympic team, setting up a dramatic confrontation in Lillehammer Norway. At the 1994 Winter Olympics, the focus was on Tanya and Nancy rather than the competition itself. Nancy skated beautifully and won the silver medal. Tanya's performance was disastrous, hampered by equipment problems and the pressure of the scandal. She finished 8th. After the Olympics, Tanya pleaded guilty to conspiring to hinder prosecution for not reporting what she knew about the attack. She received 3 years probation, was fined, and was banned for life from competitive figure skating. Her accomplices received prison sentences ranging from 18 months to 2 years. Nancy continued skating professionally and became a commentator and analyst. Her career recovered, though the attack remains the event most associated with her name. Tanya's life after skating was troubled, marked by various attempts to achieve fame through boxing, reality television, and other ventures. The attack on Nancy Kerrigan stands as one of sport's most shocking moments, revealing how far ambition can push people beyond moral boundaries. Tanya Harding destroyed her own career and reputation in an attempt to eliminate competition, proving that sometimes the most dangerous opponent is not the one across the ice, but the desperation and rage within yourself that convinces you violence is the answer to your problems. Next story, I'm going to tell you a story about greed, deception, and how the pursuit of wealth can twist a person's morality so completely that murder becomes just another step in a calculated plan. This is the story of H. Holmes, the man who built one of America's first known murder castles, and the crimes that would make him one of the most infamous serial killers in history. Herman Webster Mudgett, later known to the world as Dr. Henry Howard Holmes, was born on May 16, 1861, in Gilmanton, New Hampshire, into a strict religious family. His father, a well-respected farmer, was authoritarian and instilled in young Herman a fascination with control and order. Herman's early life was marked by an unusual curiosity about death and anatomy. As a child, he reportedly dissected animals and experimented with poisons, displaying a disturbing obsession with understanding how bodies worked and how they could be harmed. As he grew, Herman's intelligence became apparent. He excelled in school, particularly in science and mathematics, and gained a reputation as a prodigious student. However, those close to him noticed a darker side: manipulativeness, lying, and a lack of empathy. He was charming when it served him, persuasive when he wanted something, and capable of extreme cruelty in private. Friends recalled that even in adolescence, he had a fascination with controlling others and bending reality to suit his desires. In 1880, Herman entered the University of Michigan's medical school, studying medicine and, notably, anatomy. It was there that he further developed his knowledge of poisons, human physiology, and surgical procedures, all of which would later become tools in his crimes. While at university, he reportedly began experimenting with fraud, selling fake diplomas, and concocting elaborate schemes to deceive others. By the time he graduated, he had already learned how to use charm, intelligence, and trust as a weapon. After medical school, Holmes moved to Chicago, a booming city full of opportunity and anonymity. It was the late 1880s, and Chicago was preparing for the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition, a massive fair that would bring thousands of visitors to the city. Holmes saw the fair not as an opportunity to celebrate progress, but as a chance to exploit, manipulate, and ultimately kill. Holmes purchased a 3-story building in the Englewood neighborhood of Chicago, claiming he was opening a hotel for visitors attending the World's Fair. But this building was no ordinary hotel. He remodeled it extensively, installing hidden staircases, trapdoors, soundproof rooms, secret passages, and even a crematorium in the basement. Every architectural detail was designed to confuse, trap, and ultimately kill those who entered. The building became known as the Murder Castle, and it would soon earn a horrifying reputation. Holmes's crimes were not impulsive. They were meticulously planned. He lured young women to his hotel under the guise of employment, romance, or safe lodging. Once inside, he would isolate them in locked rooms or hidden compartments, torment them, and eventually kill them using poison, strangulation, or starvation. He used his medical knowledge to inflict precise harm and dispose of bodies in ways that made detection difficult. Many victims were cremated, dismembered, or buried in unmarked locations within the building or on nearby properties he owned. Holmes also used his crimes to facilitate financial gain. He married multiple women, often bigamously, and murdered them for life insurance payouts. He created elaborate schemes to embezzle money from hospitals, insurance companies, and businesses, using murder as a way to remove obstacles while profiting from their deaths. His charm, education, and social skills allowed him to manipulate everyone around him, from employees and tenants to business partners and romantic partners. For years, Holmes's activities went unnoticed. Chicago was a chaotic, rapidly growing city, and the transient nature of the World's Fair provided cover for his crimes. Missing persons were common, and Holmes's careful planning ensured he left little trace. Neighbors and guests often described him as polite and helpful, even philanthropic, further masking the horrors occurring behind the walls of his castle. Holmes's downfall began in 1894, when the suspicious death of his associate, Benjamin Pittesel, drew police attention. Pittesel's death was part of a larger insurance fraud scheme, but it led authorities to investigate Holmes's other activities. As investigators examined his properties, including the infamous murder castle, the scale of his crimes became apparent. Hidden rooms, secret passages, and evidence of dismembered bodies revealed a level of premeditation and cruelty that stunned investigators. During his trial, Holmes was charged with the murder of Benjamin Pittesel and later confessed to other killings, though historians believe the total number of victims may have been far higher. Estimates range from 27 to possibly over 200. The trial was sensationalized by the media, portraying Holmes as a cold, calculating genius capable of unimaginable evil. His ability to manipulate, charm, and deceive, even after his capture, fascinated and horrified the public. Holmes was convicted and sentenced to death. On May 7, 1896, he was hanged in Philadelphia, bringing an end to a reign of terror that had spanned more than a decade. Yet even in death, his story became legendary, symbolizing the darkest extremes of human cunning and cruelty. The murder castle was demolished, but the legend remained, inspiring books, documentaries, and studies of criminal psychology for generations. The story of H. Holmes is not simply about murder. It is about the power of intelligence, charm, and planning when combined with moral corruption. It demonstrates how greed, obsession, and the desire for control can drive a person to exploit and destroy those around them, even while maintaining a facade of normalcy. Holmes's life is a chilling reminder that evil can hide in plain sight, that ambition without conscience can be catastrophic, and that some people are capable of calculating horrors beyond imagination. Even today, Holmes's crimes captivate and horrify because they expose a terrifying truth. The most dangerous people are not always those who are obviously violent, but those who can manipulate, deceive, and plan meticulously, hiding monstrous intentions behind the mask of everyday life. Next story. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who craved attention above all else, about lies that spiraled into tragedy, and about how the desperate need to be noticed can lead someone to commit unspeakable acts against those who trust them most. In the quiet town of Union, South Carolina, during the fall of 1994, a young mother became the center of a national news story that would captivate and horrify America. Susan Smith reported that a black man had carjacked her vehicle with her 2 young sons still strapped in their car seats. She made tearful pleas on national television for the safe return of her children. But her story was a lie, and the truth would prove far more disturbing than anyone imagined. This is the story of Susan Smith, who on October 25, 1994, drove her car in a John D. Long Lake with her 3-year-old son Michael and 14-month-old son Alexander, still buckled inside. She watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the water, then created an elaborate false story about a carjacking. For 9 days, she maintained this deception while search teams looked for her children and the nation prayed for their safe return. Her confession shocked the world and raised difficult questions about what could drive a mother to such an act. Susan Lee Vaughn was born on September 26, 1971, in Union, South Carolina. Her childhood was marked by trauma and instability that would shape her psychological development. When Susan was 6 years old, her father took his own life, an event that devastated her and left lasting emotional scars. Her mother remarried, but Susan's relationship with her stepfather was complicated and troubled. Susan grew up desperate for attention and validation. She struggled with feelings of abandonment after her father's passing and never developed healthy coping mechanisms for processing trauma. She sought approval through relationships with boys and men, believing romantic attention could fill the emptiness she felt inside. This pattern would continue into adulthood with destructive consequences. In her teenage years, Susan was popular and outgoing, but those close to her recognized her neediness and emotional instability. She required constant reassurance and would become distraught when relationships ended or when she felt ignored. She had difficulty being alone and would quickly move from one relationship to another. Susan married David Smith in 1991 when she was 19 years old. They had 2 sons, Michael born in 1991 and Alexander born in 1993. But the marriage was troubled from the beginning. Susan and David fought frequently, separated multiple times, and were in the process of divorcing when the tragedy occurred. By 1994, Susan was involved with Tom Finley, the son of her employer at a local business. She was infatuated with Tom and believed he represented her chance at a better life. But Tom made it clear he was not interested in a serious relationship, particularly not with someone who had children. He wrote Susan a letter breaking off their relationship, specifically mentioning that he did not want the responsibility of children. This rejection devastated Susan. In her distorted thinking, she began to believe that her children were obstacles preventing her from having the relationship and life she wanted. Rather than accepting that Tom was simply not interested in a committed relationship, she convinced herself that if she did not have children, he would want to be with her. On the evening of October 25, 1994, Susan strapped her 2 sons into their car seats in her Mazda Protege and drove to John D. Long Lake, a remote body of water near Union. She released the parking brake and allowed the car to roll down a boat ramp into the lake. She stood on the shore and watched as the vehicle slowly sank beneath the surface with her children trapped inside. Michael and Alexander were conscious as the water entered the car. The vehicle took 6 minutes to fully submerge, meaning the children were aware and terrified during their final moments. This detail would later become one of the most haunting aspects of the case. After watching her children drown, Susan drove to a nearby home and claimed she had been carjacked by a black man who had taken her car with the children inside. She provided a detailed description of her supposed attacker, and law enforcement immediately began searching for the vehicle and the children, while also looking for a suspect matching her description. Susan appeared on national television, making tearful pleas for her children's safe return. She was interviewed repeatedly, always maintaining her story about the carjacking. The black community in Union was subjected to increased scrutiny and racial profiling based on Susan's false accusation, adding another layer of harm to her deception. But investigators were suspicious from the beginning. Susan's story had inconsistencies, and her behavior seemed wrong. She showed emotion during press conferences, but seemed able to turn it on and off. Details of her account did not match the physical evidence or timeline. As pressure mounted, Susan's story began to change and contradict itself. On November 3rd, 1994, 9 days after the children disappeared, Susan confessed to investigators. She admitted she had allowed the car to roll into the lake with her sons inside. She claimed she had intended to go into the water with them, but had gotten out at the last moment. She said she never meant to hurt her children and that she was not in her right mind. The confession led investigators to John D. Long Lake, where divers recovered the vehicle with the bodies of Michael and Alexander still strapped in their car seats. The recovery was broadcast on national television, and the images of the car being pulled from the water became seared into the national consciousness. Susan Smith was charged with 2 counts of taking a life. Her trial in July 1995 was watched by millions. The prosecution argued she had deliberately ended her children's lives because they were obstacles to the relationship she wanted with Tom Finley. They presented evidence, including the letter from Tom, mentioning he did not want children. The defense argued Susan was mentally ill, suffering from depression and suicidal thoughts, and that her actions were the result of psychological breakdown rather than calculated intent. They presented evidence of her traumatic childhood and mental health struggles. The jury convicted Susan Smith on both counts, but rejected the death penalty, instead sentencing her to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. The decision to spare her life was controversial, with some believing she deserved the ultimate punishment for her crimes. Susan Smith remains imprisoned in South Carolina. She will be eligible for parole in 2024 after serving 30 years. She has given occasional interviews from prison where she has expressed remorse, though many question the sincerity of her statements. Her case became a national conversation about mental health, the pressures faced by young mothers, and how desperation for romantic relationships can lead to tragedy. It also highlighted the harm caused by her false accusation against a black man, which fueled racial tensions and stereotypes. The images of Susan Smith on television pleading for her children's return while knowing they were already gone remain some of the most chilling moments in true crime history. A reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those who should love and protect us most. I'm going to tell you a story about a friendship that became fatal, about jealousy that festered into violence, and about how toxic relationships can lead young people down paths from which there's no return. In the suburbs of New Jersey during the summer of 2011, two teenage girls were inseparable best friends who shared everything. Rachel Schoaf and Shalia Eddy had known each other since elementary school, forming a bond that seemed unbreakable. But when a third girl entered their friendship circle, the dynamics shifted in dangerous ways. What began as typical teenage jealousy and social drama would escalate into a crime that shocked the nation. This is the story of the elimination of Skylar Neese. On July 6, 2012, 16-year-old Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window at midnight to meet her two best friends, Rachel and Shalia. The girls drove to a remote area in Pennsylvania where Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar, stabbing her repeatedly and leaving her body in the woods. For 6 months, the two girls maintained their innocence, helping search for Skylar and posting tributes on social media. Their confession revealed they had ended their friend's life simply because they no longer wanted to be friends with her. Rachel Schoaf was born in 1996 in West Virginia. She grew up in a religious household where her parents were involved in their local church. Rachel was intelligent and did well in school, participating in activities and appearing to be a normal, well-adjusted teenager. But beneath the surface, she struggled with anxiety and a desperate need for approval from her peers. Shalia Eddy was also born in 1996, growing up in Morgantown, West Virginia. She came from a working-class family and was known for being outgoing and popular. Shalia was the dominant personality in her friendships, someone who liked to be in control and became upset when things did not go her way. Skylar Neese was born in 1996 to loving parents who doted on their only child. She was bright, funny, and had dreams of attending college and building a successful future. She considered Rachel and Shalia her closest friends and trusted them completely. The three girls met in elementary school and became close during their early teenage years. They spent countless hours together, having sleepovers, sharing secrets, and navigating the complicated social world of high school. But by 2012, tensions were developing in the friendship. Rachel and Shalia had become romantically involved with each other, a relationship they wanted to keep secret. Skylar knew about their relationship, and Rachel and Shalia worried she might reveal their secret. Additionally, typical teenage drama about jealousy, perceived slights, and shifting social dynamics created resentment. Rather than simply ending the friendship or accepting that they were growing apart, Rachel and Shalia began discussing a more permanent solution. They planned to eliminate Skylar, believing this would solve their problems and prevent her from revealing their secrets or causing them social difficulties. On the night of July 5th, 2012, Rachel and Shalia contacted Skylar and arranged to pick her up at midnight. Skylar sneaked out of her bedroom window, something she had done before to hang out with friends. Security cameras captured her getting into Shalia's car, with Rachel already inside. It was the last time Skylar would be seen alive. The girls drove across the state line into Pennsylvania to a remote wooded area they had selected in advance. They had brought knives and cleaning supplies, showing premeditation. Once they arrived at the isolated location, Rachel and Shalia attacked Skylar simultaneously, stabbing her repeatedly. Skylar fought for her life but was overpowered by the two attackers. After Skylar passed away, Rachel and Shalia hid her body in the woods, covering it with branches and debris. They cleaned blood from themselves and the car, disposed of evidence, and returned home. The next morning, they began acting as if nothing had happened. When Skylar's parents discovered she was missing, they immediately contacted police. Rachel and Shalia participated in the search, posting messages on social media asking for Skylar's safe return. They gave statements to police claiming they had dropped Skylar off at the end of her street after driving around for a while, and that she had gotten into another car with unknown people. For months, the investigation focused on the possibility that Skylar had run away or been abducted by strangers. But investigators became increasingly suspicious of Rachel and Shalia. Their stories had inconsistencies, and their behavior seemed wrong. Cell phone records and social media activity raised questions about their accounts of that night. The pressure of maintaining the deception wore on Rachel. She was experiencing severe anxiety and guilt. In December 2012, 6 months after the incident, Rachel broke down and confessed to her attorney and then to police. She led investigators to Skylar's body in the Pennsylvania woods and implicated Shalia as her accomplice in the planning and execution of the attack. Rachel pleaded guilty and agreed to testify against Shalia. In May 2013, Shalia was arrested and charged. Unlike Rachel, who showed remorse, Shalia maintained a defiant attitude and showed little emotion about what had happened to Skylar. Rachel Schoaf pleaded guilty to second-degree charges and was sentenced to 30 years in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. During her sentencing, she apologized to Skylar's family and expressed remorse for her actions. Shalia Eddy pleaded guilty to first-degree charges in January 2014 and was sentenced to life in prison with eligibility for parole after 15 years. Throughout the proceedings, she showed minimal emotion and offered no real explanation for why she had participated in ending her friend's life. The case gained national attention when Rachel's confession included the chilling statement that they had eliminated Skylar because they did not want to be friends with her anymore. This seemingly trivial motivation for such extreme violence shocked people and raised questions about teenage psychology, peer pressure, and how conflicts escalate. Skylar's parents, Dave and Mary Neese, became advocates for missing children and pushed for legislative changes. Skylar's law was passed in West Virginia, requiring earlier activation of Amber Alerts for missing children even when there is no evidence of abduction. The case also highlighted the dark side of teenage social dynamics and how seemingly normal young people can commit terrible acts. Both Rachel and Shalia came from stable homes, had no history of serious behavioral problems, and appeared to be typical teenagers. Yet together, they planned and executed their friend's elimination over what amounted to normal friendship conflicts. Skylar Neese was 16 years old when her two best friends decided her life was worth less than their convenience. Her parents lost their only child to a crime that made no rational sense, committed by girls they had welcomed into their home countless times. The case remains a tragic reminder that sometimes the greatest danger comes not from strangers, but from those we trust most, and that evil can emerge in the most unexpected places, even in the hearts of teenage girls who should have been focused on homework and dating rather than planning their friend's demise. I'm going to tell you a story about a woman who turned caregiving into profit, about elderly victims who trusted the wrong person, and about how greed can transform kindness into something deadly. In the quiet neighborhoods of California during the 1980s, Dorothea Puente ran a boarding house that seemed like a blessing for elderly people with nowhere else to go. She advertised rooms for rent, offering meals, medication management, and companionship to those receiving government assistance. She presented herself as a caring landlady who provided affordable housing to society's most vulnerable. But beneath this charitable facade, Dorothea was systematically taking the lives of her tenants and continuing to cash their government checks long after they had passed away. This is the story of Dorothea Puente, the Death House landlady. Between 1982 and 1988, she ended the lives of at least 9 elderly and disabled tenants at her boarding house in Sacramento, California. She would poison them with medication, bury their bodies in her yard, and continue collecting their Social Security checks by forging their signatures. Her crimes were discovered only when a social worker became suspicious about a missing tenant and insisted police investigate. The excavation of her property revealed a yard filled with bodies and exposed a scheme of financial exploitation and harm. Dorothea Helen Gray was born on January 9, 1929, in Redlands, California. Her childhood was marked by instability and neglect that shaped her into someone who valued money and appearances above all else. Her parents struggled with substance issues and could not provide adequate care for their children. Dorothea spent much of her childhood in foster homes and orphanages, never experiencing stable family life or genuine affection. Growing up in institutions taught Dorothea that survival meant manipulating others and that lying could get her what she needed. She became skilled at presenting herself as respectable and caring while concealing her true nature. She learned to identify what people wanted to hear and became expert at telling them exactly that. As a young woman, Dorothea married multiple times, each marriage ending in divorce or abandonment. She had children, but was not a devoted mother, often leaving them with relatives while she pursued her own interests. She drifted through various jobs and schemes, always looking for easy money and ways to avoid honest work. Dorothea was arrested multiple times during the 1960s and 1970s for forgery, theft, and running illegal operations. She served time in prison, but always returned to criminal activity after release. She was clever enough to avoid lengthy sentences, presenting herself as a reformed woman who had made mistakes but was trying to change. In the early 1980s, Dorothea purchased a large Victorian house at 1426 F Street in Sacramento. She converted it into a boarding house, advertising rooms for elderly and disabled people who receive government assistance. She presented herself as a caring landlady who would provide meals, medication management, and companionship to vulnerable tenants who had nowhere else to go. Her boarders were society's most marginalized individuals. Elderly people with no family, disabled individuals with mental health challenges, people struggling with substance issues trying to survive on small government checks. They were perfect victims because few people would notice or care if they disappeared. Dorothea's method was consistent and calculating. She would accept tenants who received regular government checks, gaining access to their finances by offering to manage their money for them. Once she controlled their income, she would administer drugs to keep them docile or to end their lives. When tenants passed away, she would bury their bodies in the yard and continue cashing their checks, forging their signatures, and telling inquiring social workers that the person had moved away. The boarding house became a burial ground, with bodies buried in the small yard and beneath the house. Neighbors sometimes complained about unpleasant odors, but Dorothea explained them as sewer problems or deceased animals. No one investigated thoroughly enough to discover the truth. Between 1982 and 1988, at least 9 people passed away at Dorothea's boarding house under suspicious circumstances. She collected their government payments for months or years after their passing, accumulating substantial sums. She used the money to maintain her appearance of respectability, dressing well and entertaining guests, projecting the image of a successful businesswoman. Her crimes began unraveling in November 1988 when a social worker named Judy Moise became concerned about a tenant named Alvaro Montoya who had not been seen in weeks. Alvaro was a man with disabilities whose case Judy was monitoring closely. When Dorothea claimed Alvaro had gone to Mexico, Judy did not believe her and contacted police. Detectives obtained permission to search the property. On November 11th, 1988, they began digging in the yard. Within hours, they discovered the first body. Over the following days, they found 7 bodies buried around the property. 2 more were later discovered in nearby locations. The victims were in various states of decomposition, making identification difficult. Dorothea was present during the initial search, but fled before police could arrest her. She traveled to Los Angeles, where she was recognized at a location by someone who had seen news coverage of the investigation. She was arrested on November 17, 1988, and returned to Sacramento to face charges. During her trial in 1993, prosecutors presented evidence that Dorothea had systematically ended tenants' lives to steal their government benefits. Medical examiners testified that victims had passed away from overdoses of prescription medications. Financial records showed Dorothea had forged signatures and cashed checks belonging to deceased tenants for years. Dorothea's defense claimed the tenants had passed away from natural causes related to their age and health conditions, and that she had simply panicked and buried them rather than report the passings. But the prosecution demonstrated that relatively healthy tenants had suddenly passed away shortly after moving in, and that Dorothea had immediately begun forging their signatures. She was convicted of 3 counts on August 26, 1993, though prosecutors believe she had ended at least 9 lives. She was sentenced to life in prison without possibility of parole. Throughout the trial, Dorothea maintained her innocence, insisting the passings were natural and she was being wrongly accused. Dorothea Puente passed away in prison on March 27, 2011, at age 82. She never confessed or showed genuine remorse for her crimes. To the end, she maintained she had been a caring landlady who was misunderstood. Her case revealed how easily vulnerable populations can be victimized by those who recognize that society does not pay close attention to the elderly, disabled, and marginalized. Her victims were people whose disappearances would not trigger immediate investigations, whose lives were considered less valuable by systems that failed to protect them. The boarding house at 1426 F Street became infamous, a symbol of how evil can hide behind a caring facade. The property has changed hands multiple times, with each owner struggling with the stigma of the house's dark history. I'm going to tell you a story about a couple who terrorized a nation, about innocent victims hunted like prey, and about how 2 damaged people created something far more evil together than either might have been alone. In the suburbs of Washington, D.C., during October 2002, people were living in a state of terror unlike anything the region had experienced. Someone was shooting people at random as they went about their daily lives, pumping gas, loading groceries, mowing lawns, leaving stores. The attacks seemed completely random, and no one knew who would be targeted next or when the violence would strike again. For 3 weeks, the nation's capital was paralyzed by fear as 2 individuals turned ordinary locations into deadly traps. This is the story of the D.C. sniper attacks. Between October 2nd and October 24th, 2002, John Allen Muhammad and his teenage accomplice Lee Boyd Malvo carried out a series of coordinated shootings that ended 10 lives and critically injured 3 others across Maryland, Virginia, and Washington, D.C. They converted a car into a mobile sniper platform, cutting a hole in the trunk that allowed them to shoot while remaining hidden. They selected victims randomly, creating terror that changed how millions of people lived their daily lives during those 3 weeks of violence. John Allen Muhammad was born on December 31st, 1960, in Louisiana. His childhood was marked by abandonment and instability. His mother passed away when he was young, and his father showed little interest in raising him. He was passed between relatives, never finding a stable home or consistent parenting. This lack of attachment shaped his inability to form healthy relationships later in life. John joined the Army in 1978 and served for 17 years, including deployment during the Gulf War. He was trained as a mechanic and engineer, but also became expert at marksmanship, earning high ratings as a shooter. His military career was generally satisfactory, though he showed signs of difficulty with authority and maintaining relationships. After leaving the military, John's life became increasingly unstable. He married and had children, but the marriage deteriorated. His wife later described him as controlling and threatening. When they divorced, John became obsessed with gaining custody of their children. When legal means failed, he became increasingly angry and resentful toward the system and society in general. Lee Boyd Malvo was born on February 18, 1985, in Jamaica. His childhood was chaotic, with an absent father and a mother who struggled to provide stability. Lee was intelligent, but grew up without consistent guidance or support. He was vulnerable and searching for a father figure when he met John Muhammad in 1999. John recognized Lee's vulnerability and began grooming him, gradually becoming a controlling presence in the teenager's life. John presented himself as a father figure and mentor, filling the void in Lee's life. He subjected Lee to psychological manipulation, gradually breaking down his independent thinking and reshaping his worldview. John trained Lee in weapons use and military tactics, preparing him for what would come. By 2002, John had developed a plan for what he called a campaign of terror. He was angry at his ex-wife, at the government, at society. He believed he could create chaos through random violence. He purchased a Bushmaster rifle and modified a 1990 Chevrolet Caprice, cutting a hole in the trunk that would allow someone to shoot from inside while the car appeared normal from the outside. The attacks began on October 2nd, 2002, in the Maryland and D.C. suburbs. In a 24-hour period, 5 people were shot while going about routine activities. James Martin was shot in a parking lot. James Buchanan was shot while mowing grass. Prem Kumar Walekar was shot at a gas station. Sarah Ramos was shot while sitting on a bench. Lori and Luis Rivera was shot while vacuuming her van. The randomness was the most terrifying aspect. Victims were of different ages, genders, and ethnicities. They were doing ordinary things in public places. There seemed to be no pattern except that all were shot from a distance by someone who disappeared before anyone could identify them. Over the following 3 weeks, the attacks continued sporadically. People were shot at gas stations, in parking lots, outside stores. Schools went into lockdown. People ran in zigzag patterns while pumping gas or loading groceries, trying to be harder targets. Parents were terrified to let children play outside. The entire region changed how it lived. John and Lee would park their modified car in locations with good vantage points, open the trunk from inside, and Lee would shoot through the hole while John drove. After each shooting, they would close the trunk and drive away calmly, looking like any other vehicle on the road. The trunk modification meant witnesses saw the car, but never saw anyone with a weapon. Police struggled to identify patterns or predict where attacks would occur. They received thousands of tips, but found no solid leads. The attackers left tarot cards and sent cryptic messages, playing psychological games with investigators. The breakthrough came when John and Lee contacted police and referenced a previous incident in Alabama. Investigators found that case and connected it to fingerprints, which led them to identify John Muhammad. They issued a lookout for John and his vehicle, the modified Caprice. On October 24, 2002, police received a tip that the suspect's vehicle was at a rest stop in Maryland. Officers surrounded the location and arrested both John and Lee while they slept in the car. The rifle and modified trunk were found exactly as witnesses had described. During questioning, Lee eventually provided detailed information about the attacks. He described how John had planned everything, modified the car, and selected locations. John had been the mastermind while Lee, still a teenager, had been manipulated into becoming the shooter. John Allen Muhammad was tried and convicted on multiple counts. He was sentenced to end his life by execution, and the sentence was carried out in 2009. He showed no remorse for his crimes and maintained a defiant attitude to the end. Lee Boyd Malvo was tried separately. Because he was 17 during the attacks, he received life sentences without parole rather than execution. In prison, away from John's influence, Lee expressed remorse and described how he had been psychologically manipulated. Recent court decisions have given impossibility of parole in the future. The DC sniper case revealed how two people could paralyze a major metropolitan area through random violence. It showed how vulnerable ordinary people are when going about daily activities. It demonstrated how a manipulative adult could transform a vulnerable teenager into an accomplice to terrible crimes. The victims were ordinary people doing ordinary things. They were killed randomly by strangers for reasons that made no rational sense, leaving families devastated and a region forever changed by 3 weeks when nowhere felt safe and everyone became a potential target.